Milo, stop it. Milo! Hello. Good morning. I'm guessing people can hear me because apparently you can even hear me when everything's muted. Irish John Games, welcome on in. How are you doing? Thank you, Duke. Yeah, I had to pay a lot of Dr. E in the house, comes in straight away with a fake stream disconnect. How you doing, Dr. E? Welcome on in. Yeah, you didn't quite lose me yet. I'm not sure how well today's stream is going to go because reasons. So I've been making some changes. Been trying to get the funnily enough, the song request working again because people were missing the SR command. There we go. There's the answer to the prediction in case anybody was curious. So let's get that closed out real quick and then we'll probably spend most of the stream fixing technical issues. All right, so first off, the prediction. Care Bears no, something else, no, space, yes. And nobody voted for space today, and it was space. So, yeah, what are the chances? So let me choose the outcome. It was space, complete prediction. There we go. Alrighty. Yeah, I'll say I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right at the moment. Definitely getting some audio technical issues, which I half expected, because I've been discussing certain audio issues with a certain Mr. Bear, and I've been trying to get things working how I want them to work. And yeah, had some unexpected side effects today. So despite my desktop audio being muted, despite my microphone being muted, not only in the audio mixer, but literally muted by pressing the button on it, you could still hear me, which is insane. Because I get, the reason I did a software mute is because I didn't want to have to hardware mute all the time. And even software muting and hardware muting, yeah, it doesn't want to play ball. So, issues while streaming. How preposterous. I know, right, Steve? That almost never happens. So I just think I get things on an even keel. And then I think, well, just move this little Jenga piece right here. Nothing bad can happen, right? And then before I know it, there's a pile of bricks at my feet. So, yeah. Let's see what we can do. Let's So I'm going to need you guys to help today. It's going to be let's pretend it's a bit like a game show, okay? Where you might actually think it's a bit fun, but really it's just boring troubleshooting. But let's not focus on the boring troubleshooting part. Hardware muting didn't work. Yeah, that's crazy. Now tell me if it works now, Bear. Okay? So I'm going to say, tell me if this gets muted in the middle of this sentence. The quick brown lazy dog. Okay, did that get muted in the middle? Or could you still hear me? Muted. Okay, so now the hardware part is working again. It's because of that audio source that I sent to you and I said, where did this come from, Bear? That was the one I think that was causing me problems with the mic. So if we can do just one more test real quick, and I'm going to mute it not on a hardware level now, I'm going to mute it on the software level. So we'll do the same sentence again just because why not? So the quick the lazy dog. Okay. All right. So we've got the mic working again now. It's working on a software and a hardware muted level. So it was just that one particular audio source, which is weird. One Lion, my fave lion, who I haven't actually seen in way too long, assures me that he's usually lurking, which is fine because lurking is love. But welcome on in, my fave lion. Good to see you. What was the sentence? I mean, the whole sentence is the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog. And that sentence, for anybody not aware, is what they used to use for typing exercises because it contains every single letter of the alphabet. Who knew? I knew, apparently. Was that source set to stream? I have no idea. All I saw was I went to create an audio source, an audio input source, and then when I couldn't see it in the list, like I showed you, I hit cancel, and then weirdly, one just appeared in the audio mixer, and I'm guessing that was the problem, because I'm guessing it created it, and it probably created it and just used the actual microphone, so that's the one that was still picking up the mic stuff. So that's why when I deleted it, I didn't hear anything anymore. So that makes sense. All right. I sent a correction. You might have missed it. Oh, I did see that, yeah, but that was like just as I was about to go live, and I thought, well, I probably shouldn't be making any changes at the moment. I've been lurking almost always, still often without sound, so I can get super focused, but very good to see you as well. That's okay, Woman Lion. I appreciate your support in whatever form it takes, and I hope you're doing fantastically well, because obviously don't see you much these days, so, you know, I just want to make sure and just check in. All right, so we can do a test of that in a minute, Bear, the correction you sent. Thank you very much. Let's have a look. Did I miss anything else in chat? I haven't had an issue in over a week. Well, not streaming help. LOL. You see, Steve might be being funny. Steve might be like, you know, I haven't had an issue on my stream in 3 days, and he might not have streamed for 3 days. And then it's like a kind of one of those moments. Yeah. Anyway, we're going to get onto the audio issues in a moment. Let's not spend the whole stream trying to fix things. App audio beta. Yes. Yep. That was what I spotted. Bean sneeze. How you doing, Jern? Good to see you. As we can tell, there's only 6 days, 8 hours, and 8 minutes until the Jern Jam. Yeah. Yeah, look. If you just type Jern Jam as a command in chat, bing, there you go. Click on that link, get all the details. Make sure you join up, because there's only 74, I think, last time I checked. 74 people. 84 now. Jern, have you seen this? 84 people. The reason I like doing the Jern Jam is because there's going to be better discoverability, because there's usually not this many people. And now I'm like, well, is anybody going to see my game? Possibly. Maybe. What would be hilarious is if Jern agrees to like play all the entries on stream, and as a kind of flash in the pan, flash of lightning, a one-off event, every single person that joins actually submits, and he has 84 games that he has to play. That would be something, wouldn't it? Oh my goodness. And set it stream button, you're good to go. All right, we're going to give that a try. We'll give that a go in uno moment. And then when we get to 10 o'clock, which is in about 8 minutes, we're going to have some new flash deals to take a look at on the store, not the Steam store, the Unity Ashit store. You probably shouldn't say Ashit because it sounds, yeah. Anyway, you'll notice there are some random shout outs that are appearing in chat. They're not done by myself, and they're not done by the mods. It's actually because of the way my shout-out system works, and I was doing some testing off stream, and it can't do a fancy pants shout-out until I go live. So all those names that I tested while I was offline, it's now going, oh, you're online. Okay, this is the one you wanted. Oh, no, this is the one you wanted. So there's going to be a few random shout-outs going out without clips, just the fancy pants shout-out. All right. VR Vlad, you know, isn't it always the way? When you're going to have technical issues, you can always rely on technical gurus to show up and go, ha ha, like in The Simpsons. And yeah. How you doing, Vlad? Good to see you. Welcome on in. You might see a couple of redemptions that are inaccessible at the moment. There's a bit 3D, which is a 3D effect I'm working on. I'm still not sure what I'm going to do with it yet. Similar to if you've seen Astro Canuck stream, he has a 3D option, you know, with the screen where you have the red and blue lenses in the cheapy cardboard glasses. I'm working on something with that, but unless I can come up with something a little bit different, I'm not going to do it. So it's just a test at this point. And then also you can see there's a test LED sign redemption, which going to be for celebration week when we celebrate 1,000 followers, and we set up this thing, which is an LED screen. So I'm going to do some preemptive work, see if I can make it so that all the boring research background stuff, trying to actually get it working, is done off stream, and then we can do all the fun stuff like getting it hooked up and on the wall and having the camera turning around and looking at it and stuff on stream. I'm good. How about you? Been away for a while. How did the Gorillas game come along? The Gorillas game is kind of, I won't say on the back burner. Let's say between the front burner and the back burner. So the middle burner, maybe. Yeah, it's one of the 56 things that are floating in the stream shoe fly in the streamer bot pool at the moment. Simmering to the side. There we go. It's on simmer on a low heat. That sounds better. Yeah. So how are you doing, Vlad? Been away for a while? Hopefully somewhere nice. Hopefully a good thing. But you know, I'm not prying, so you don't have to tell me anything. Oh, this fly today is going to drive me bananas. Anyway, I know people, especially Bear, like the weekend stories, what I've been up to, the Goodwills, the thrift stores, all that good stuff. I bought this. This was my only purchase this weekend. Better Homes and Gardens, which is quality stuff. It is, in fact, salted beechwood and embers, and it's a big candle. It's been used because, you know, it's Goodwill. You rarely get brand new candles there, but it was a really good price and it smelled really good. And usually it's the latter of those two things that makes me buy it, because I'm a bit fussy when it comes to candles. Usually I smell them and I go, ooh, yeah, I can see why that's still on the shelf. But this particular one, in particular, was quite nice. I'm just not sure how tall the wick is. So, you know, maybe we need a poll about whether I'm going to be able to light this thing or not, or whether it's just going to be a big pile of wax that I just bought for $3. Up to Yorkshire to visit family with a stop off in the Midlands at an Airbnb. Well, that sounds delightful, Vlad. I think last time I went up to Yorkshire, York specifically, I did the touristy thing, and I went to the Shambles, and I went to that building that I can't remember what it is, but it's up on a green hill in the middle of somewhere. If I'm being too specific, let me know, and I'll be more general. But yeah, I do like York. And of course, from Yorkshire, who I don't believe I'm doxing by saying that, is in fact our own Code with TD, who we haven't seen in a while. So yeah, the tower thing, yeah. See, you went by, and you're as specific as I am. The tower thing, the big, tall, derelict, bricky thing up on the green thing. Yeah. So this is the new candle. I'm just not sure if I can light it. So I have my trusty orange lighter here. So we're going to try not to set fire to my fingers. And we're going to see if we can actually get this thing lit. It is lit. It is lit. Now it's whether we can smell it. Yeah, a little bit. I'm trying not to set fire to my nose. So I consider that a win. If I ever find myself going further north or with time in West Yorkshire, I will definitely go see him. Yes, you know, he would love to see you. Yeah, he's not been streaming too much lately. He might even be on sabbatical, I don't know. You know, I think streaming can be very stressful. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I've been streaming for what, three plus years now? And do I still get nervous every time I hit that start streaming button? Yeah, I do. Yeah. I mean, it varies depending on what I'll be working on that day. If it's something that I feel comfortable with, then, you know, I'm quite happy to jump on and go, hey, look at me doing this thing. But if not so much, if it's something I'm learning new or something I generally struggle with, then yeah. Oh, we have a followage command. I didn't even realise that. 3 years and 6 months. What? That is crazy. Yeah, I think 6 months. Does that tie in? Where are we at? March. See, I thought it was May that I started streaming. Maybe it was March then. I'm sure there's probably some way that I can go into my creator dashboard that I try to avoid at all costs, because although it's made better now they have a search facility, it's still a sprawling mess. Maybe followed before? Could be, yeah, if it was following before I actually streamed. Just do watch time. Shark Geek, how you doing? Welcome on in. Watch time, you spent 0 seconds, so you're clearly a big fan, aren't you, Duke? You've spent 0 seconds watching me, which is probably 1 second more than you should have. Yeah, I didn't even think that I had. See, it's saying 0 seconds for everybody. I didn't think I had watch time. I didn't think I had followage. I didn't think I did any of that stream element stuff. So the fact that even the followage works is surprising. Uptime, there we go. That's how long I've been live today. Seems we just listen but don't watch. Maybe that, yeah, it's intelligent enough that it can detect that. Yeah. So, yeah, Shark Geek, our resident shark expert. How you doing? I hope you're having a good Monday. I'm sorry you had to come in and see the calendar was set to Android. Let me fix that real quick. There we go. It looks so much nicer with the iOS one right next to the Jern Jam countdown. I'm doing all right so far. We had some audio issues. Possibly do have more audio issues before the stream ends. And I'm guessing when that switched between Android and iOS, when I did the calendar switch, you probably didn't hear anything, right? You didn't hear the usual, which I heard in my ear, but I don't think you guys heard. Sure, you can hear that, right? You hear the lovely dogs because the mic's working. It was the neighbour driving off down the street. They've already gone. You can stop. Okay? Unless you were just getting excited about Shark Geek being here, in which case, yap it up, because we're all excited about that. Okay, yeah, no noise, thank you. Yeah, so let me just try and fix that real quick. Beta. Let's see. Streamer bot. Okay, and then we go to hopefully there's just one instance of that, which there is. Okay, match title, otherwise find window of same type. Same executable, that'll do. Okay, so now we have streamer bot is there, and then we do advanced audio properties. Streamer bot, we have monitor off. If I do monitor and output, monitor only. I always get confused with these. I always end up having to look them up. It's like, what's the difference between monitor only mute output and monitor and output? Does mute output mean you guys don't hear it and only I hear it? Or does it mean only you hear it and I don't hear it? Some of these things I have as monitor off, like the Spotify audio capture I have set to monitor off, and you can still hear it. So varies depending on how you have things set up. Bit of a pain, to be honest. Yeah, and I always like bounce back and forth and then have to do test recordings, and I wish it was just consistent enough that my brain could wrap around it. So what I'm going to do first, I'm going to try monitor only mute output. Monitor equals what you hear, output equals what goes to the stream. Monitor equals what you hear. So monitor only. So monitor only is just for me to monitor. Okay, I can get my head around that. So I don't want mute output, do I? I want monitor and output because I want to hear what happens in streamer bot, and also I want you guys to hear it. So my streamer bot is monitor off. See, there's no consistency. Right, I'm going to set streamer bot to monitor off initially, and then we'll step back. We'll do baby steps. All right, so it's set to monitor off. Okay, so let me know if you hear this audio. Okay, I'm going to do the gas trigger. So here we go.
All right, we're here. Just sitting in the car. I want you to show me if you can get far. Step on the gas.
Heard? Yeah. So weirdly, monitor off does do it. Well, monitor equals what goes through the thing set as the monitoring device. If your monitoring device is also an output that goes to the stream, then the stream will hear it too. Ah, okay. That makes sense. A little quiet though. It's a shame it's a little quiet because it's dragged all the way to the end. So maybe I'll need to start cranking things up. It shows 100% in. I wonder if I can set that to 200%, or if we're going to get some distortion then. Let me just try this real quick. All right, I'm going to try 200%, and then Bear, let me know if this is any different.
All right, we're here, just sitting in the car. I want you to show me if you can get far. Step on the gas. Step on the gas.
This is a bit gamey, turned out to 11. I'm trying 200%, but I'm not sure that'll make any difference because it didn't look any higher in my audio mixer. So I'm thinking what we need to do at this point is, I do tend to crank sounds down when I play them in StreamerBot just because they're quite loud, but maybe now we need to do it the other way around. So this could be a very long process that I'm not going to do today. I'm probably going to do it on an as used basis. So if I look at audio gas and then I look at when it plays the sound, it's set currently to 25%. So I'm going to set it to 50. And then if somebody can let me know if that's loud enough. How about this?
All right, we're here, just sitting in the car. I want you to show me if you can get far. Step on the gas. Step on the gas.
And that was from 25% to 50%. Was that enough? Does it need more? Try to add a gain filter. Yeah, I feel like if I try and artificially increase the volume though, it might distort. So I'm happy to go through. I mean, as long as I can get an algorithm or I can get a formula where I say, okay, well, before ones that are 25% now need to be 50%, I'm happy off stream to just go through all my audio triggers, which, you know, there's only like 60. Go through them and say, okay, well, I'm just going to double every one just to make it loud enough. But Bear, was that gas any louder? Do you want me to play it again for you? Did anybody see an increase in the volume there where I went from play another trigger for comparison? Okay, so sneeze maybe? That was the sneeze, and then the gas.
All right, we're here, just sitting in the car. I want you to show
That's a bit quiet compared to you. Is that for both Vlad, or just the gas, or just the sneeze? Yeah, I think gas is pretty good. Okay, so let's see. Let's crank up the sneeze. I'm trying. Most of them don't even get used, so most of them aren't going to be a problem. All right, so sneeze. Let's put sneeze to 50, since that was also 25. And how does this sound? Is that a loud enough sneeze? We could go louder on the sneeze, but I think sneeze is generally quiet. That's good enough? All right, so doubling that was okay. Also, another one that Jern loves to use is beans. Where's my audio list? What's under sound commands? Scrolly, scroll. Sound commands 61. So that wouldn't take me long, right? Now, I'm probably just going to go through and just double all of those, just to make sure that we have them all. Now, the coffee one was always at 50%, so I always thought that might have been a bit loud, but let's try. How's the coffee one sound?
Hey, does anybody want coffee?
I need to be louder.
Hey, does anybody want coffee?
How's that? Any good? Does anybody want coffee? It needs to be louder, possibly. All right, well, I think what I'm going to do is do some testing off stream. I'm probably just going to go through and double. I think it's good. Could go a tad louder if you wanted. See, if I'm going through and I'm just going to off stream, just double everything, that would mean that the anybody want coffee would go to 100% from 50, which is this. So apologies to everybody in advance if this is too loud.
Hey, does anybody want coffee?
Sorry, I'm slow typing on phone. I'm slow typing, period. It doesn't matter if I'm on the phone or if I'm on my PC. Sounds fine for me. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to make a note to go through and double the volume. Double volume of all... What was it in? Sound commands. Except, which ones have we already done? We did sneeze, gas, and coffee. We've already done those. Okay. Not too loud. Seems similar to what it was before. Okay. All right. Well, I shall go through and take care of those off stream. But thanks for your help with that, Bear. I appreciate that. So now the next test becomes the whole reason behind doing all of this, which was why Bear got a little bit excited, was that I have tried to, hopefully successfully, reinstate for subscribers the SR command for song requests. So Bear, would you like to do the honours? Would you like to try the first ever song since the song request has been reinstated and see if it does in fact work? Nerdwino, congrats on first, possibly. Yeah, we don't have a first command. We just detect who's first in chat and then we go, hey, good job, you were first. But we still need to have something, I feel like, on this template somewhere that says who was first. Maybe once the Journ Jam is finished and we have that little bit of real estate at the bottom of the stream, we could put something in there saying who was first and maybe have their avatar and fancy pants it up, possibly. But welcome in, Nerdwino. So if Bear doesn't want to do a song request and be the first ever person to do one since we reinstated it, I can do one. What about a redeem for first, second, and third, then have a podium of the avatars? I'm not really big on those, not least because... Ooh, Bear, nice choice. And I'll tell you for why, Duke. What happens is I go to some streams, and I'm not mentioning any names, but you'll go to a stream and they'll have been running for 2 hours and their first redemption won't have been used, which doesn't mean nobody's there. It just means that nobody got to the first redemption or even saw they had a first redemption in 2 hours. So it's not really indicative of who was first on stream. It's more of a case of whoever gets to that redemption first. So there's the shirt today, just for Nerdwino. There it is. Hey, look, it worked, Bear. It worked. Huzzah. Welcome in, Sparky. How you doing? Good to see you. I hope you are having a grand Monday. A grand day out, maybe, if you were Wallace and Gromit. Oh, bling, bling, bling. Look at all those emotes. Thank you for that, Gigantify, Bear. Bear does have some of the best emotes, I've got to say. So, yeah, the best way to get them is to just go and subscribe to his channel. No, I am Sparkatus. Oh, you're the same colour as Sparkatus, so some may confuse you that way. Let me just make sure I'm not missing anything in chat. Yeah, so Duke, or do it as first, second, third chatters somehow. Yeah, so at the moment we're just grabbing the first chatter that comes in. We could potentially extend that to second and third. But then, you know, when you're talking about podium, I'd have to try and fit a podium and the avatars and try and squash them down into where Journ Jam is. So, I don't know. I'm going to take a screenshot of your messages and I'll give that some consideration because I do want something like that. I do want to reward early birds, and I know there are some streamers like Code with TD that have like an early bird redemption that you just do, I think, just on the starting soon scene. Yeah, so it might need something like that. All right, lovely. Oh, that's so pretty. I know, love that shirt. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like the shirt. Yeah, I think I've worn it once or twice on stream before. I know that Nerdwino saw it previously. So let's get some early shout-outs finished. We'll start with Ice Bear, who has been a great help getting the audio issues and the SR reinstated again. And do you know who else has a song request command on their chat? That would be Ice Bear. So we're going to do some quick fire SRs here. If you want to have a look, SOs, I'm going to get confused now, we've got it back again. So if you want to read what's below people's streams to see what they're about, like, that one is obviously so descriptive. You know exactly that Bear is a game dev and an artist, and working on a couple of projects right now. So also we have the handsome former NASA scientist in the shape of Nerdwino. Okay. And if I don't shout you out and you are here and you do stream and you do want shouting out, please let me know.
It's getting big.
We like to. It's getting big. TOS. Okay, Nerdwino, just saying. We also have Shark Geek in here. There goes Shark Geek, and we also have another streamer that begins with S in here. That is, in fact, Steve's very own.
I don't remember how long.
We have
a couple of weeks ago about
Dr. E in here. E to the 2I pi.
Sharks left. Other shark species are moving in and kind of filling that top predator niche. But
let's see, did I miss anybody
they're
else?
not doing the same things. They're not necessarily hunting the seals.
Mr. Jerem made an appearance. Let's give a shout out for the Irish heartthrob himself.
Cow sharks, like the great white.
If I can even type today, what's going on with my fingers? Irish Giant Games, and then we have Irish. I have.
Let me bring up the filters and I'll show you. So of course I have chroma key going. I set up a color correction and I'm using a light blue, and I renamed this retro effect.
Heptillions. You might say septillions.
Ice Bear's name reminds me of Wee Bears. Yes, it's funny that.
And then finally,
TOS, huh? Sharkiest of Geeks. Yeah, but then, you know, we have Ninja Gloppy. And if you look at the verbiage under Ninja Gloppy's stream, Big Amy loves some Ninja Gloppy.
The non-aliens. Okay? Exactly, so you keep going,
so,
right?
Hold on to your hats, all right? Because going to see Ninja Gloppy in a couple of moments. You hold on to your hats.
Right, so how to make a player move.
How are you doing, Ninja? Welcome on in.
Generally speaking, what you want to do is...
I love Wee Bears. That's where my name is from. See? There it is. Sure. Okay.
You want to
thought you were balked for a minute.
Apply translations to...
okay. Used to love watching it. Yes, it's a great animated show, isn't it? I love the humor in that.
Things that can transform. So if you've ever seen Transformers or
And why when I look, it says I sleep in the fridge. Exactly. Custom alert commands. You must be a subscriber, Bear.
Like nightmare fuel right there. Oh, it's alive. Jesus. Oh. I didn't know it was alive, Chad.
Do 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 do. Yeah, I don't quite know what's going on with that song request there. Dude, let me take care of that.
Good save.
Woo, I'm clipping that.
I guess that was okay.
Oh,
okay.
no!
Oh boy, I have 3 boosts! You guys can't do that to me!
I had it. I got bumped out of the way.
I'm going to add that to queue and then remove the one that was in the queue. Here's that one. Remove from queue. Okay. All right. We got the right one in there for you, Duke. Eventually. Oh, that's so cute. It isn't until you meet Chloe Bot. She's short-tempered. Chloe, me and Chloe have a love-hate relationship. I love her, and apparently she hates me because, you know, yeah. What are you using to play music? Spotify. Yes. And we used to have an SR command prior to your arrival, Duke. And yeah, suddenly my audio went a bit haywire, and I got Twitch spanked because they said, hey, you shouldn't be playing this music on stream, and it was a whole thing. And so I took it off because it was, you know, less hassle. And then I thought, you know what? My subscribers deserve to be able to play music, especially with some of the garbage I have to play on here sometimes to be DMCA safe. So mostly we're going to be DMCA safe, and then there'll be interjections of subscriber requests. However, on Saturdays, obviously, if I remember, we do play Kilted Ninjas music, which I have permission to play. And so, yeah, subscribers can interject their songs into that playlist. I'm trying to drink less coffee. I know that'll be an alien concept to some people. But I notice when I don't smoke, but I guess it's the equivalent of chain smoking. I kind of have a coffee, I finish it, and then I'm like, oh, quick, where's my next dose of caffeine? And then I'm like running to the coffee pot and getting another coffee, and I'm drinking coffee after coffee, and I'm drinking a lot of coffee, and it's not decaffeinated, so my caffeine levels are like do, and I'm leveling up to the top level, and then by I don't know, 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening, I'm kind of 5 or 6 in the evening, I'm kind of like, and I'm like, yeah, let's see if we can not have that feeling. So if I put an SR with a link to the Spotify song, would that work? It will. Yeah, I'm going to say, as a general rule, yes, Duke, Spotify links do work. However, if it's a regional link, if it's like a song that's only on the UK Spotify store, for example, then it won't. But yes, for the most part, you can put Spotify links in and they will work just fine. Oh, brother, when I was in the army, I would easily drink between 12 and 20 cups of coffee. Yeah, so I have a single cup brewer, so I'm using the tiny plastic K-cups, and I'm going to say on an average day, probably between 5 and 9. Yeah. So 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9 multiplied by 8 ounces of water that I flushed through it to make the cup. Yeah, it's probably a lot of coffee. So usually, you know, I say, oh, I don't want to drink coffee too close to bed because, you know, I don't want to get that buzz. But on single cups, I'm fine. So even though I have that general rule that I don't drink coffee too close to bed, I don't think, occasionally I have one and I'm fine. So I think it's just when I start stacking them throughout the day, and then by the end of the day, my body's like, how much caffeine? How much caffeine did you give me? Yeah. There is that. 12 and 20 a day is a huge amount, though. Less coffee, preposterous. I know, right, Steve? I mean, it used to be an alien concept to me, but I had a couple of days where I didn't chain drink, that thing, and I felt fine. And then I tried it again, and I was like, so I think maybe if I crank it down a bit. So far, I've had 1 cup today, and 1 cup by 10:24 in the morning that's definitely restrained for me. Usually, I'd have had like at the very least 2, maybe 3 or 4. I've cut it out at the end of my day, but it's had no effect on my sleeping. That is a shame. Hit the road, Jack. Okay, so hopefully the music is loud enough for you guys. Hopefully you can hear hear Frank properly. And look, you get a nice little thumbnail there. The crooner himself. A nice little UI where you can see how long is left to play on the track. Okay. Alrighty, so what do I have next on my list? My lovely new salted beechwood embers candle is burning away. So we have, and I'll show you with Gigantify, like I normally do, some new emotes. So animated emotes, if you will. So those people that subscribe and get the animated emotes and can use them on any channel will in fact get to use them. So the newest 3, there's one which, you know, if something upsets you, you can have a sad emote. Okay. And we do have 3 new ones. Okay. So we have sad as the first one. If you don't particularly like something, or if you want to get rid of something, you want to say no, you kind of want it to be banned, then we have the no animated. And my personal favourite out of the latest 3, if something makes you maybe a little bit angry or a lot angry, then we have a rage emote, which is this one. There we go. Look at that. Yep, Duke's got all the emotes, look. So we have the first 3 there, which were the first 3 in the new range that Duke posted, which is the LOL, the bug, and the GGs. There we go. Bring in the hype. So we had 3. That's the next 3. I do have another 3, but I'm going to keep those in my back pocket for now. Because the thing is as well, if you want more slots to open up, you have to get more subscription points. And as you can see, my subscription goal is 30 points. And currently it's at 19. You can see at the bottom. I think it might be when I hit that 30. I think that's when I get new slots open up. Because the problem is at the moment, we get new animated emotes. I have to take out existing ones. So I have to decide I don't think we really do the stream elements commands here. I mean, I could probably go in and try and enable them, but I feel like everybody uses those, so yeah, we probably won't do that. But yeah, so at the moment I only have a limited number of slots which are all full. So in order to add any new emotes, we have to lose existing ones. And then I have to go into the analytics or just make an educated decision about which ones to take out. And, you know, the flappy-eared dog is one of the OG animated emotes and will always stay. The vomiting rainbows duck, I think Berlin would terminate our friendship contract if I took that out again. I tried taking it out once and he's like, what did you do? So, yeah. That's all right, be different. I like to do that. That's why I'm working on the plop game, which is currently disabled because it causes issues. So I want to switch out the drop game because, you know, it's fantastic, but it's quite widespread on Twitch and I'd like to do something different. I'm in the same boat. I filled up my slots. Yeah, it's a real challenge, Ninja. And, you know, it's not like they say, oh, well, stream for this many hours and we'll give you another slot. You have to actually get subscription points. I'm grateful this one survived. Okay, so Bear, also a supporter of the rainbow vomiting duck there. Yeah, so when I put the next 3 in, if I had to lose them, I would probably lose the animated sus, because we have a static sus. I could lose that. Probably maybe the shocked duck, because I don't think anybody really uses that. And then the scream, which really would be better coming back at Halloween. So probably those 3 might be the next casualties when I roll out the the next 3 that I have. Okay. All right. So new emotes. Got that covered. I have some new earphones that don't go in your ear. So would you really call them earphones? I mean, they're not headphones because they don't go over your head. They are earphones, and they are these little things here with a nice little charging cable attached to the side, which I can probably disconnect for display purposes. So yeah, we have these, and then they light up, and they're all kinds of pretty. I haven't actually tried them yet, but I have charged them. They are bone conduction technology. They're also magnetic, so they stick to the charger when you're not wearing them, but they look like this. Oh. They go over your ear and don't actually go in your ear, and then they conduct the sound through your head. Because, you know, I thought, well, when I'm streaming and I have my headphones on, I can't hear the dogs barking quite loudly enough. So let's get everything off of my ears. Let's get something on that just transmits the sound through my bone. And then, yeah, more sorcery. No, they're not the Shocks ones. They were a generic brand from Amazon that I got a good deal on. So I thought, well, do you know what? I'll try them, because the good thing about Amazon, as me and Duke have discussed in the past, is, you know, if you order something and you don't like it, you don't get on with it, it doesn't have to be broken. You can just return it. They're pretty good at that stuff. So, yeah. I got my missus a set of them for our anniversary, and she is absolutely in love with them. Will not use anything other than them anymore. It's good when you do find something like that. I just don't know how weird it's going to be listening to something through earphones, but they're not in my ears. They're actually like pushing on the bone next to my ear. Very strange, but if I get used to them, if I enjoy them and I like them, then I'll probably replace my wired over-the-ear headphones. Assuming they last, I need to find out how long they last, because, you know, they are rechargeable, but if they don't last for a whole stream, I can't really wear them on stream, can I? Can you imagine halfway through the stream going, yes, oh wait, hang on a minute, I can't hear anything. Oh, hang on, let me just take them off and put them on charge. I've got to put my wired ones back on again. So, yeah. Bose headphones are now in the drawer. They're amazing for situational awareness. Yeah, the good thing is that, you know, I don't really need a lot of situational awareness when I'm sitting in the corner here streaming. It does mean that I won't be able to block out the dogs too much, but, you know, you guys can't block out the dogs anyway, because they just come straight through the microphone. So if they start yapping, I'm still going to have to put them outside. I'm not sure if any of them are outside at the moment. I think Big Dog might be. No, Milo, get down. I turn around, he's sitting on the sofa. What's going on? He's like, paint me like one of your French dogs. He's like reclined on the sofa, waiting for his picture to be... Anyway. So they're both in at the moment. I'm sure until a feather drops outside, they won't start barking again, so we might be good for a while. Yes, exactly, Milo. That was the big old boy that was... you know, forgot for a moment that I was home and decided he was just going to chill and stretch out like he was about to watch something on Netflix on the sofa. I take some liberties, I'll tell you what. Okay, well, before Freshie shows up, we haven't seen Fresh Meat today. I'm going to try the song request, and I'm going to put one on that he doesn't like, but I do, so I'm going to play it in his absence. Okay. There it is. Okay. Now, Bear, I want your input, since you're the one that, or one of the people that uses it the most. Do I need to reinstate, and I did completely delete it, I didn't just disable it. Do I need to reinstate the repeat song and the skip song, or just the skip song? I feel like I don't want to put the repeat song back, because I feel like that just got abused, and that people would play a song knowing that I didn't like it, and then just do a repeat on it just so it plays again, and I'm trying to avoid that if at all possible. So there should be the same cooldowns on the song request. So I can't remember how many minutes it is. I feel like only yourself should be able to skip a song. Yeah, and also, of course, the problem was I didn't have any code on the back end, so anybody could use skip. So we could have a subscriber come in and request their favorite song, and then it starts playing, and then somebody else could be like, yeah, I don't like this, I'm going to skip it. There wasn't a subscriber, and that potentially could cause some tension. So I think from what I said and from what Duke said, I think we're just going to leave those things deleted for now. We're not going to have the option to repeat or to skip. So I think the SR is good. It allows people that financially support the channel to be able to request songs that they want. That way, it limits my liability with Twitch in that, you know, not the whole stream is going to be filled with songs that I shouldn't really be playing. Also, it does give subscribers the chance to listen to a particular song they like while I'm streaming. Also, it does, and this is one of the reasons that I implemented it originally, it gives me the chance to hear some new music because people repeat or people request things that I haven't heard before. So, the repeat did get a little trolley. That's what I thought, Bear, yeah. Like if I plays My Little Pony and Bear didn't like that, only you have the power to make them suffer through. I mean, who doesn't like My Little Pony? I've already got a Care Bears shirt that I wear sometimes. Maybe I need a My Little Pony shirt to wear as well, and then add that to the possible prediction list, the shirt I'm wearing. Okay, so they're my new earphones. I'm going to do some testing with those. I'm going to have a look on the page that I purchased them from and see how long they're supposed to last. And if it's like, oh, you get 3 hours out of them, I'm probably not going to use them for stream because, you know, we're already over an hour in and we haven't even got to the game dev portion yet. So for the most part, I like my streams to be over 3 hours unless there's some pressing reason or appointment that I need to end early. So this is my favoured drink for the day, and then I'm going to intersperse coffees with it, rather than have coffees and intersperse cold drinks. Here we go. I'm not familiar with the My Little Pony theme. Well, you know, Bear, now we've got the song requests back, you can request it just to see. You might be like, what does that song sound like? And then request it, and there it is. The only thing is, Bear, I love on your stream that you have the option to remove songs that you request if Spotify gets it wrong and says, oh, you wanted Apata by Rose? Well, here is the My Little Pony theme song. Sometimes it does get that weird and that obtuse. So, Betty Boom, Betty Boop. It's not My Little Pony, don't worry. I don't worry. I mean, we have... The more time you spend here, Duke, you'll see the less I'll worry about things like, you know, people coming in and requesting Gangnam Style or Baby Shark or theme tunes to their favourite TV shows. It takes a lot to wind me up. If you saw the chaos that ensues sometimes... as you'll probably find out if we see Balint today. If he shows up, yeah, he does like to cause chaos, which is actually, don't tell him this, it does actually help me because last week, I think it was, he joined the stream, obviously one of my 3 mods, and he was like firing off all the redemptions at the same time. And I'm like, ah, yes, people shouldn't be able to do that. Thank you. So I then went back and added some anti-chaos limiters, if you will. So there's a nice feature that 2 people know about and use. Which feature are you talking about there? Chaos Monkey testing. I mean, mate, is that the new... That's Balint's new nickname, is it? Chaos Monkey. I mean, maybe you can get a shirt with that on. Solicited trolling. It was definitely unsolicited. It was definitely trolling, but it was unsolicited mod trolling. So that was actually more constructive, I think, than they thought. Isn't that what Netflix call their testing software? Chaos Monkey, is that right? I don't know. Remove song feature from 45 seconds ago. You got to bear with me today, no pun intended. Has this turned into a brony stream? No, it has not. Fuel, no. We did reinstate the SR command or song request today for subscribers. So if anybody does subscribe and wants to request their own songs, they can. And one suggestion was that maybe we have the Little Pony theme tune, My Little Pony, if in fact they have a theme tune. But yeah, good morning. No audio today. I forgot my headphones. Hope all is well with you all. Happy Monday. Here we go. Look. Still drops hot dogs on my head, even though he doesn't have any headphones on today, so he can't hear me. But he likes to see me, laughing it up with the wieners. Happy Monday. Thanks for the wieners. Don't work too hard. There we go. Okay. Special message for Tate. Dogs, if you keep barking, you're going to get a special message from me as well. But I don't think it's going to be one you're going to approve of. Okay? Just putting that out there. Thank you. All right. So, my celebration stream, my 1,000 follower celebration stream is going to be a week-long stream of activities and fun shenanigantery. It's going to begin on October the 6th and run until October the 10th. So 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. You get 5 consecutive days of this face. Okay? It's going to include things like... Thank you, Ninja. It's going to include things like building these block sets. I've got 5 of these, different ones. We're going to get this LED sign, dust it off, connected, up and running, so viewers can then request messages, not unlike on Nerduino's stream. You can request a message and it will scroll across the screen, and my pan, tilt, zoom, PTZ webcam will spin around like it does for the time redemption and show you the panel, and you can watch the messages scrolling across. What we're going to have to do is I'm going to have to do something like calculate how many letters are in the message. And if you just say Bob, then it's going to spin around and it's going to watch the word Bob go across, and then it's going to turn back. But if you have something like, can anybody please tell me how many letters are in supercalifragilisticexpialidocious? Obviously, that's going to be a longer message. It's going to need the camera. 53! 53! Yeah! See? Even though Tatum has no ears on today, still engaging in the chat. Oh, good choice, Bear. OMG, is BitGamer going to have a crack at Blender on stream? No. My experience with Blender is very limited. I have created some models for when I created my easy trajectory asset. But that was from tutorials, like a cannon, a hand grenade, a golf club, those kind of things. Very simple. A bit like me, very simple. And yeah, half of me wants to spend more time learning Blender, and the other half, it scares the bejesus out of me because of how complicated it is. You know, it's not just dragging some lines around, squishing some objects. You then have stuff like, okay, UV unwrapping, you've got weight painting. There's a whole lot of stuff that goes along with it. And I'm just not sure that I'm ready for that yet. I think if we get to a situation where I'm going to create a game and I'm going to want my own models in it, because I want it just to have that custom look, or because I can't find an asset I need, then I'll probably feel forced into using it. But yeah, I try and steer clear of using Blender if I can. On the opposite note, one can say the same about Unity or any game engine. What about there being a lot to it and being afraid of it? I guess there's, learning curves to anything new, but it just seems like Blender does have a massive learning curve. I guess there are similarities. I mean, I would say, in Unity you can follow a tutorial and you can create simple games and then get bigger and bigger. And then I guess the same with Blender. You don't have to like jump in there and create Venus de Milo straight off the bat, do you? You start with a cube and then squish it around and do some simple stuff. And I think, to be honest, the only thing that I would struggle, or the thing I would struggle most with, is character models, like human characters, animal characters, anything that then you would have to rig for animating. I think that would be challenging. What I'm trying to get at is not be afraid to try it. I learned it on stream and created a shark model. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's partly being afraid to fail and partly thinking or knowing it's not going to be a 5-minute thing. I mean, I have, from one of the most reputable Blender modelers on Udemy, I did buy one of his courses recently, because one of the things it taught you was how to get a good wood. And because I have an easy bridge asset that I have, where you can either have plain brown, just throw a brown material on it, texture, or there's a new one that I created that was more low poly and a little bit damaged. What I wanted to create was a realistic one as well, so that you could have some realistic looking wood with cracks in and chips and knots and all that. And I think that his course is going to help me do that. I just need to put it on my list of priorities and decide when I'm going to do it. A friend of mine has worked with Blender for 5 years, more or less continuously, and there is still a lot to learn. It is a huge learning curve. And prior to, I think it was version 2.79, the UI was horrible. And then they massively improved it. And I think a lot more people were drawn to it after that. Human characters are hard because since it seems you need to know anatomy as well. Yeah. And then you have to have things like, okay, if you're going to rig it and then this arm is going to bend, we need to make sure that none of the geometry clips over the other geometry. After 5 years is pretty good now. Yeah, I think I'm going to say it's probably like most things that, if you are committed to it and you do dedicate enough time to it, you can definitely get better. Oh, I certainly failed, but I did have fun with it. You didn't fail, did you? If you created a shark model, that sounds to me like you pretty much got to grips with it. Well, I haven't had a PC for a month, and I found I focused on it for a week. I'm getting a lot better in it. Ah, okay. Yeah, it's just a skill. Skills take effort and time. This is true. Keep in mind, Blender material settings and shaders don't import to Unity, only textures. Yeah, so I've seen that before where you have to like split stuff out. And I think that was one of the issues I came across when I was doing my basic models to include in my asset. The drawing pad has definitely helped. Dude got himself a drawing pad from Amazon and absolutely loves it. So, yeah. Yeah, maybe I need something like that. Maybe I'm like making it harder than it needs to be by just using a mouse. I don't know. Anyway, this kind of started from me saying we're going to be doing some fun shenanigans on stream for the celebration stream starting October the 6th. So I'm still trying to create a flyer because, art is not my thing. I'm working on a flyer at the moment that I can post on the socials to get people interested. And it includes things like the Katamari Damacy playthrough. This fella, I'm going to be playing on OG hardware. There's a couple of things I'm trying to set up ready for that. I already have a scene set up, but I'd like a couple of special tweaks in there that may or may not make it to the stream. The Humongous 834-piece Darth Vader helmet we're going to be building. We're going to purchase a Steam page for Rescue Ball and see how much I can actually show of that. We're going to set up the physical LED sign that I just showed you a few moments ago. That's going to be a challenge. There's going to be the sticker giveaways for completed hype trains like there are normally. There's going to be 35% off gift sub packs every single day. So for all 5 days, there's going to be a promotion where there's 35% off gifties of 5 sub packs or more. And as usual, there's going to be free subs for scoring 99 or more in the drop game. I've also added a nice little bar chart at the bottom, which shows every month how many followers I had for the past 3 years and the steady growth that this channel has enjoyed during that time. So, exciting week. Yeah, I'm hoping it's going to be. I've not really done anything like that before. It's going to involve this camera up here when we go to a different scene. This camera. This pane, this window up here when we change to a different scene is probably going to be the camera of my hands, because up here I have a C920 webcam that points down, and those that were here many moons ago when we created this tiny arcade cabinet, when we assembled it from the provided pieces, that was using that webcam. So I'm still not sure yet what's going to appear in this screen here, this main webcam window, whether, because I'm going to be turned like this and I'm going to be doing stuff here. You know, do you really want to see the side of my head? Probably not. So at that point, you might just see my hands making the Lego in this pane here, and then this screen might just have like a Lego minifig head or something. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. I haven't set up the scene. I've got the scene set up for playing Katamari Damacy, and I have my capture card all ready to go. But I do need a separate Lego building scene that will have like Lego background, be more blockified, which I think we might work on this Sandbox Saturday. So since it's approaching fast, you know, we're only a month away from that stream, so I need to do things, get things put in place, like for example the LED sign that we're going to be fixing up and getting working. I don't even have a power supply for at the moment. I did when I originally bought it months ago, but it went missing. So now I've had to order another one from Amazon today. It will hopefully be here in the next couple of days, and that'll allow us to fire it up and see what's going on. Yeah, because what I want to try and avoid, if at all possible, is being unprepared. I guess that's what everybody wants to try and be, right, as a streamer? Sleeps to 1K celebration redemption. Ooh, I like that. Yeah, that would be a good way of letting people know. Bear, I think I might have to sort that out. Because then what it can also do is it can somehow bring up the flyer as well once I finish it. Show that on stream. Thank you for that suggestion. This is the guy, right, that said last stream, that's it, I'm done with redemptions for a while. We're just going to keep the redemptions we have.
Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
108 days. So now we know how many days it is to Halloween, thanks to Tatum, and how many days it is to Christmas, thanks to Bear. So while I said, that's it, I'm done for redemptions for a while, and while I said last stream, okay, we were only going to have the Christmas countdown, but, you know, because Tatum keeps saying about number of days to Halloween, let's get a countdown for Halloween as well. And now we're going to... we went from 1 countdown to 3 countdowns. We're going to have one for the... Although, you know, the difference is that the countdown to the celebration week will be temporary. Once we reach that week, that redemption will disappear, will be deleted. And whereas the other ones, the Halloween and the Christmas, once we have those holidays and it clicks over, then it's going to reset and start counting to the next one. So I am here to make a liar out of you. I don't know. I prefer to see it as adapting to the needs of the stream. Let's call it that. Bit jammy. How you doing, Aggie? Welcome on in. Yeah, I prefer to see it as that. Now, one of my fave songs is Vegas from Doja Cat, but obviously Doja Cat is not that wholesome, so I'm gonna have to see. I don't think there's any bad lyrics in it. We'll have to see.
All right, we're here, just sitting in the car. I want you to show me if you can get far. Step on the gas. Step on the gas.
Step on the gas. Tomato, tomato. Exactly. Yes. Yeah. But let's spin it in a positive way. Let's say I'm a streaming chameleon. I wonder if that's actually taken. Twitch.tv/streaming chameleon. I'm a streaming chameleon in that I like to adapt to my surroundings. And yeah, if somebody comes in and says, "Hey, I think this will be a good idea," and I don't think it's a good idea, or I don't think it's possible, which, I try to think most things are possible, then I'll say so. But if someone comes in and says, "Hey, this might be good," and I agree, then I'm going to try and implement it. So, streaming chameleon has a nice ring to it. Yeah, karma, karma, karma chameleon. Yeah, maybe we should play that. Good old Culture Club, eh? Alrighty, so, yeah, we're also probably going to use this thing here, this LED light strip, which when you plug it in, it turns Twitch purple, as I like to call it. We're going to try and make a sign with it, Twitch logo sign, which when it's finished might look like a kindergarten school project, or it might be something I can put on the wall. We'll see. But yeah, we'll play it by ear, see how we get on. Okay. So that's some of the fun shenanigans during that week. I want to have a lot of different things to do, but also I appreciate that something like the Darth Vader helmet, as somebody that hasn't built Lego for some time, that might take me the whole week, if not longer, to assemble, since there's 834 pieces, which is a lot of bricks and bits. So we'll see. Anyway, I think I'm going to have a quick BRB. I'm going to make myself a coffee, because I think, to be honest, I've done well to last an hour and a half and not get one. So we'll see. Is the Twitch logo a chat bubble with a speech quote inside, or is it a face shaped like a chat bubble with eyes? Yes, Aggie. Yes. If you go to twitch.tv, I believe it's in the top left corner, you'll be able to see the logo. But it has also been through various iterations. So what we're going to do is we're going to try and create whatever I think we're going to be able to make with the tools at our disposal. I've got to buy some kind of backboard. I have no idea yet where I'm going to get it from, what it's going to look like, what color it's going to be. Maybe black will make it stand out most. And then we're going to have to punch some holes in it, and then we're going to have to feed the LED strip through it and kind of attach it to the front. And it's going to be a whole thing. And like I say, if it ends up looking like a child's kindergarten project, it might end up in the bin. Might just throw it away afterwards. But it's going to be fun, funny, quality content while I'm creating it. All right, everybody can poke fun and go ha ha, and like laugh at me while I'm doing it. So yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to grab a quick coffee, and then I'll be right back. And when I come back, guess what we're going to do, Bear? We're going to take a look at the flash deals for today. All right. I shall be right back. Hello, Berlin. Welcome on in. How you doing? Good to see you.
Stop it. Get some help.
Alrighty. Did I miss anything apart from lots of Barbie song lyrics? Obviously, you know, it's Berlin's favourite movie, so that's why he likes to quote them. Jamiroquai, man. Yeah, I haven't heard this in a while. Nice choice. I like the video for this. If you haven't seen the video, it's him kind of like moonwalking, and it's the scenery is like sliding him around everywhere. It's quite impressive. As I was first. Welcome back. You mean as I was first? Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Yeah. If I have to take off, see you all on the next one. Steve, thank you very much. Good to see you here. Everybody, if you didn't see the clip earlier, Steve has some great effects on his stream. He's a fantastic bunch of fun, and now, you know, now he's affiliate. He's adding all the fun stuff to his stream, so get yourself over there. You can even see him creating stuff on stream sometimes. New redemptions and commands and things. So, yeah, do the thing. Yeah, try not to pay attention to the troll behind the curtain too much, Shark Geek, if you wouldn't mind. No streamer bot source in BRB scene. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Let me see if I can actually fix that quite cleverly while we're on this scene. Did you know I could do that, Bear? All right, let me see. So we're going to want to grab the streamer bot audio source from this scene. Good job, Bot Gamey. You kind of grabbed BRB when it wasn't really used in a BRB sense there, but thank you. He trolls out of love. I'd be more worried if he stopped. Yeah, right. To the void. Yeah, so I don't know if you have source copy in OBS. There, it allows you to actually copy things between scenes without actually changing scenes. So I can just go Tools, Source Copy, Main, and then let me just see if we can get this sorted out. So it's from the main scene, main display. Here we go. And it is in fact called Application Audio Capture. There it is, Streamer Bot. So if I do copy source, and then I go Tools, Source Copy, Main, and then go to the where did the scene go? Just called Scene Burb. It should be easy to spot, right? There it is, Scene Burb, and then paste source. Okay, so it should be in there now, without me having to jump over there and recreate it manually and stuff. I did not know that. Well, the reason it's pretty good is because sometimes, like, if I want to set up a redemption and I need to test it and I see how it interacts with this whole template, then if I switch to my redeem scene, all I see is a black screen and it makes it challenging. So what I can do is I can go ahead and set up the whole thing in here and then use source copy and copy the whole group to the redeem scene. And then all I need to do is just go back into StreamerBot and redirect any references to sources in there. So it does save some time. All right, let me scroll back and catch up with chat. I feel like I missed something. This song is dating me. Jamiroquai. I love some Jamiroquai. I think probably I only know 2 of his songs, and that was one of them. None of the TTS played. Yeah, so that could be. Let me just try TTS. Now we're back on this scene. Thank you, Duke. Let me just try a quick TTS now. We're back on this scene. So I think what might have caused it is is what Ice Bear said. So let me try something real quick. Did everybody hear that? Did that come through? Possibly? Maybe? Yeah, no streambot source in BRB, so there should be now, so we should be good. I'm hoping that the audio came through on that one. Did not hear it. I wasn't paying attention. I mean, at least you own it, Sparky. I appreciate your honesty. Why is the TTS not coming through speaker bot? Is it because, or streamer bot? Is it because it's speaker bot? We've got to set up a separate one. I already have speaker bot showing. Speaker bot. Monitor only, mute output. All right, let me try another one. Maybe you need monitor on for TTS. I don't use it myself, or separate source. Yeah, I already have a separate source for SpeakerBot. I had it to monitor only mute output, I think. Let me try it now. I've got it set to monitor and output. So let's see. I can't do Stanley because I just did Stanley. Let's see what else we've got. All right, we'll test the pirate.
Pirate testes!
So I'm seeing it fire in the audio mixer. Did we hear that one? Possibly. Maybe. Worked! Yay! Okay. I think that's fixed. Thanks again, Bear. All right. So let me quickly catch up with chat and then we'll look at these sales.
You are a pirate!
Do 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 dee 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 dee. It's true. I only do it where I care. See, sending to slider. What? That was. Why did bot gaming do that? It's weird. So sending to slider is basically what I have set up for the BPM dancer that's supposed to come on in a future bop command I'm going to create. And it's supposed to set the speed of him dancing. So... Don't apologise to Blimp for saying squealer bot. It's not pander to that silliness. Was that a porky on my head, or was I just like bopping my head for no apparent reason? Bit is not having it today. I'm not having enough coffee. That's what I'm not having today. This is my second cup. As we said earlier, I'm trying to limit how much coffee I'm having now. So you're going to have to keep me in check. And when I go, okay, I'm going to get a coffee, you'll be like, no, stop. You're having too much. It's not been long enough since your last one. Maybe we need a coffee countdown so that I don't have too many in a day. Nonsense tolerance depleted. Oh no. No, this is Nonsense Central, Sharkgeek. Oh no, I've got Indian for dinner today. I'm hoping a Vindaloo will burn my sinuses out. I mean, yeah, I mean, your nose might not stop running for 2 days if that helps, but finally you'll be cleared out. As long as it's only the top end that the Vindaloo affects, then you'll be all right. Yeah, I need to go back to lurk. I'm not worthy of words today. What? I think we need to nerf that comment. Send into slider again. Blah 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 blah. Maybe in my trumpeted, yes, names myself, so separate source, test, here's was a pirate, I heard a pirate, and another one. Okay, yeah. I think we're doing well. Dislike touch keyboards so much. Me too, yes, and thank you for demonstrating the new rage emote there. Yeah. I love a vindaloo. I'm having chicken burgers with kimchi in them though. Mrs. Gamey hates kimchi with a passion. Yeah, she's not a kimchi lover. BRB, checking on food. Okay, thank you, Sparky. I'm guessing it's the chicken burgers with kimchi in them. Sparky is checking on, so we don't want those burning. Now, if they're burning Duke's nostrils, that's one thing. We don't want them overcooked. Okay, so let me just have a quick look and find out if we can stop that message from appearing in chat, because that's just annoying. We have the BPM stuff. Okay, so it's trying to do it every time there's a new song, so let me disable that trigger. All right, so we should stop seeing the slider thing in chat. Okay, so I think we've waited long enough for the sales. We need to take a look, see what's going on today, see what fantastic assets they have, up to 80% off, if you will. Okay, the link is still pinned to the top of the chat for another minute or two. If you want to, if you're a Unity dev and you love some discounted assets, not only should you click the link at the top of chat, but if you like assets that don't cost money anymore and you can get, as Adam Sandler says it, for free, then get yourself over to my Discord. We're trying to bump up the numbers this year. We're over 700 at the moment, which I think is quite nice. Not too shabby. But yeah, on my Discord server, you'll find announcements of sales for assets, games gone free, assets gone free, humble bundles, other bundles. There was a $149 asset bundle posted yesterday on my server that was on sale for $5. $5! Yeah. So in my lounge, I posted a link to it just to let people know. Megafires spotted. Megafires 2? Yeah, so Tubby Crumbles, who is always on this stream, even if it's playing the drop game, is known as Chris West, which is probably a good name to call yourself on the asset store since that's his name. And he does have assets like this amazing Megafires 2, which is currently 50% off. What we need to try and find is we need to try and find the assets that are flash deals and usually, I mean, some of them they have 50%, but if we roll through, there's going to be some that are more as well. 60%, I see this first one. So yeah, we're gonna have a shufty. And one of the organisers of the Journ Jam this year is, of course, Irish John Games. Tubby made Megafires. Yeah, Megafires 2, Megabook, Full Sail, Full Rig. I mean, he has a whole bunch of stuff in here. And I think we... so quick shout out to Journ again. I think if we look, we have a Tubby command. Yeah,
go to a place
there you go.
Where the sun never fucking shines through. Thanks to Unity for making it so easy to work with. Okay, we're making progress.
It's funny that you can date these clips now, as in like pre-move and post-move, because that was a pre-move clip where Journ used a green screen. Post-move, now he's in his fancy pants house, in his mansion, if you will. He doesn't have a green screen anymore. He has a wall behind him, and you can see it. So yeah, you don't get all that glitchy, all that you see with some green screen effects where you kind of Those people that remember the old Ready Breck commercials, we might look it up, and it'll probably date me. Where they used to have people with a glow around them. It's kind of how the green screen effect can look sometimes. But you know, now he's in his new mansion and he doesn't have the need of a green screen anymore. Definitely looks a lot nicer. Tubby sponsoring, yes. So Jern Jam also is sponsored by Tubby Crumbles as well, one of the sponsors. So if you want the opportunity to possibly win one of Tubby's assets, then get yourself into the jam. Mr. Irish, I got in trouble and I don't know why. What happened? I don't know. I don't know either. How did you get in trouble, Balint? Is it because you got your 3 spammy TTS messages, one of them got nerfed? Is that why you feel you're in trouble? But I mean, I don't believe you're on the naughty step, but I could be wrong. So I just told Lee I was here before the stream started and he got mad. But he didn't. Because I do believe that I have things in place now that don't let you try and claim first chatter before the stream starts. So you might have been mad that you came in and did first and didn't get first. But, you know, I don't know what to tell you. You'll watch your mouth. Exactly. Yes. How dare. How very dare. And now I'm nervous that I hurt our friendship. Just my tears are falling. See, this is how Balint tries to join the stream, you see, and try and be the victim. Okay, so nothing actually happened, but in his head, he's formulated this scenario, and now he's getting upset about it, you see, and now it makes me look bad because apparently I did or said something to offend him. So. All besto friendos are abandoning you for fear of these, brother. Yes. You've heard of the Star Trek Wrath of Khan? That's nothing compared to the Wrath of Bit Gamey, allegedly. So, yeah. Anyway, onto these assets. Bubble shooter game. Bubble shooter game from Candy Smith. Now, if I remember rightly, Candy Smith has a whole bunch of assets for creating mobile type games. Let's have a look. And some of them are hundreds and hundreds of dollarunios. We say that we want to look at 96 per page and sort by price. Obviously, the asset store is getting hammered at the moment, so things are not updating as quick as they could. But look, how many assets, not only how many assets they have, but how many are in the sale. So this one is going to be in the sale in 4 days. This one is going to be in the sale tomorrow. This one is in the sale today. She thought they have more than 10 assets, but maybe not. Okay. So, if you like the bubble shooter type game, and I have memories, when I was in England, I used to have what they called a Skybox. Sky was the name of the satellite provider. And they used to have games built into their UI, and one of the games was a bubble shooter like this. That's my recollection of bubble shooter games. They got match 3s, they got Spot the Difference, which apparently images don't want to load today. So we'll refresh on that, see if they come up. Can you put out an APB? A new spot on my Besto Friendo list has opened up. I'm looking for a handsome Hungarian doctor.
Stay a while and listen.
Man with a flair for fruity flies and microscopy. Oh my goodness. That's funny. I gotta pin that. That's some funny stuff. Possibly. Is he gonna let me pin it? Maybe? There we go. Yes, it was funny. You don't have to. All right, I'm throwing them out. I'm just going to mute the mic. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. In case it wasn't obvious, just saying. Epic emotes. Yes, Ice Bear Bear has some great emotes. And if you actually put one of his dancing emotes into chat, then the one he has dancing on his screen changes. Some clever stuff. Okay, let me catch up with chat. Balint is now lurking. I don't think Balint is. Sorry. I don't think Balint is now lurking. You can't win, Darth. Greetings. Wait, what? Even the dog has had enough. Saying it's too rough to deal with. Yes, too rough. Yeah. There it is. Bardi, how you doing? Welcome in. Good to see you. There's all the stuffs to follow, Bardi. And wishlist his fantastic unwanted war game. Oh, is it joke hour? No. I mean, it's always joke hour somewhere, right? Like someone says, it's always beer o'clock somewhere. Permission to time out Bardi for 1 hour.
Lunch break, turkey sandwich, sour cream and onion chips, applesauce and sesame sticks. Absolutely no cookies today. Also, still no audio.
Okay, so Tatum has no ears today, so he can't actually hear what we're saying. So I could be saying all manner of things about Tatum. He would have no idea. But, you know, also, that would be funny if I said... That would be funny if I said, okay, let's talk smack about Tatum, and then, you know, he doesn't have audio, but he had captions on, and then he would catch us out. So, yeah. Anyway, we don't talk smack about Tatum. Tatum is a fantastic streamer. He can balance 44 golf balls on the back of his hand, don't you know? He holds a record. Yeah, that's why there's a 44 in his name. And on his lunch break, he has turkey sandwich, sour cream and onion chips, applesauce and sesame sticks, no cookies, and no audio. So I'm just going to simply reply with, yum. Okay. Family friendly, Bardi. Bardi got auto-modded. Nah. You were just rewording it. Yeah. So how you doing, Bardi? You having a good Monday? Any beef going on at work between managers? Any manager beef today? Lunch? I don't even have pants on yet. That's probably more than we need to know, Aggie, but thanks for sharing. It's actually 11:29 a.m. here, which if anybody did redeem Talking Trash, you would see, because the Windows bar that it brings up at the bottom does actually have my local time on it. Yeah, you see? Attention to detail. Pants, I don't even have lunch on yet. Yeah, this is true. Okay. So am I going to be buying any of these packs? Probably not. I mean, if they came in at 80% off, I might give it some consideration. But 40% off a $100 pack, or 60% off bringing it down to 40. Nope. So these are the ones that are going to be in the sale. $50. See, block, blast, puzzle. This is Tetris. Whichever way you spin it, this is Tetris. And the Tetris company ultimately will be taking this down. So I'm not going to engage in those shenanigans. Match 3 Jelly Garden Kit. Apparently nobody has the rights to match 3 games like Tetris has the rights to certain mechanics in their games. So, yeah, if you like match 3 games, like Candy Crush, then maybe you can indulge in buying one of those. Still struggle to adjust to it. I mean, family given all the clips of him not being family. I think anything of me not...
Any clips of me not being family friendly are Balint induced. Because I tried to be.
There we go. Thank you for squishing my head, buddy. A little details. My nickname in college. My nickname in college was Lunch. I'm not even going down that rabbit hole. I still struck. An assertive programmer. The joke got booed, clearly. Clearly not a big fan there of the jokes. Code with TD, who we were talking about just earlier, and up your spring. How you doing, TD? Good to see you. Hope things are going well. Yeah, but that's a recent change that you have become family friendly. Me? No, this channel's always been family friendly from day 0, day 1. Even Steve, look, swinging his axe, his pickaxe. Oh, great. Thanks. Thanks, buddy. Stamp on my head.
Huh?
GG, buddy.
Thank you so much, Royko, for the raid.
Bit gamey.
Breaking news. The streamer is now in witness protection. Their name has been completely changed and their identity hidden for their own protection.
Welcome in, raiders. Big Gamey will be back momentarily. Currently you have to put up with Sit Raimi, apparently, which is not my real name. But yeah, that was fantastic timing there, buddy. Just as the raid came in, you managed to use a redemption. Roiku, how are you doing? How did your stream go today? My voice is a little bit deeper than normal, so hopefully you can understand me, but tell me what happened in a Roiku's stream. We got a little clip there, so please follow Roiku if you're not doing already. They also stream in the software and game development channel, so we're streaming buddies, if you like. And now Bardi is trying to outline me as well as put me in witlist protection. So somebody clearly has some points to spend today, and look.
But you almost saw Porky in witlist protection as well. Stream went lonely. There was a guy though that questioned my pigs. I made some progress on sprites. Why would anybody ever question your pigs? That's what I need to know, Roku. Why would anybody question your pigs? Please do tell. So what you need to do is you either click on the heart at the top of chat, or you click on Roiku's name, and then you just click on this little thing here that says follow, and then you go ding, and then look, it automatically turns notifications on. That's why the bell is a filled in icon. All right. And then you too can be following Roiku and get notified of the next stream. Just an artist, gamer, developer trying to have fun and peace of mind, and apparently just shows up so people can make fun of his piggies. Well, do you know what? Porky that sits on my head won't have anybody mess with him. You know, he's very quick to time out people that are going to try and be funny. So So you made some progress on sprites. So is this for a specific game you're working on? Is it a commission? What is going on right now? 6 followers until 300. Boom! Let's see if we can get ever closer, if not across that line today. So everybody go drop Royku a follow, please, if you wouldn't mind. Please and thank you. So Royku, do you have any links to show us? Can you show us your piggies on stream if that's not against TOS? Yeah, if you got any links that you can throw in chat, then spill the tea, tell us the things, let us in on all your secrets. I was making a game for a jam, but so far it's just a little sandbox to test features. Which jam is it? Do you have a link to the jam? We love jam here. As you can see at the bottom of the screen, we're counting down the days until the Journ jam begins. We're hoping that in the next few streams that Journ might actually eliminate a couple of the top 5 themes that have been voted for. So, Cutie, how are you doing? Welcome on in. Happy Monday. We're trying to get a jam link out of Royku for the jam they're working on. Sorry, I have one pixel-sized bare boobers on my 8x8 sprite, so it might be risky, might get banned.
What do you call a pig with 3 eyes? A peeg.
A peeg. Thank you, Buddy. And Stanley, parable narrator. I shouldn't say Stanley. It's not Stanley, is it? It's Stanley, parable narrator. Yeah, that's okay. We don't need to see your boobers, Royku. If you just have a link to the jam, though, so we can show other people in case they're like, you know what, I was looking for a jam to join today. I think I'm going to join the jam that Royku's doing. We can actually show off the jam itself rather than everybody looking at Royku's boobers, which, yeah, might get us both cancelled. Back, I made chicken burgers in salt and pepper buns with kimchi and blue cheese. That sounds an interesting combination there.
What do you get if you cross a dinosaur and a pig? Jurassic Park.
Oh, Lord. Don't get any better, do they, buddy? I probably should say thank you, but I'm not going to. Is that something you've tried before, Sparky, and you enjoyed, or is it a new combination you are having a try at? Winsing, welcome on in. How are you doing? Happy Wednesday, -2. Good to see you. Great, just had dinner and hungies again. I know, right? People come in here and talk about food. I got raided. I was on Nerdwino's stream last night, and he raided into a date night in.
What is the most common Halloween outfit for a pig to dress up as? Frankenswine.
Frankenswine. I like that one. I approve of that one. Yeah, so Nerdwino raided into date night in last night, and Kyle was actually cooking some stuff that was quite delicious. There was like burgers and bacon and onions, and it was like heading towards midnight for me. It was definitely after 11 p.m. and I'm like, I want to eat all of that right now. So I'm quite glad I didn't have it in the house, because I might well have ran to the kitchen and fried it up and had a late night snackaroonie. Midnight meal, if you will. One more. Don't encourage the Barty jokes, Bear. I am not really happy, but trying to ignore it for now. Well, I hope being here brings you some element of happiness, may improve your mood somewhat, and as they say, turn that frown upside down, cutie. So let's see how it goes. We're just looking through the Unity assets on the store, the flash deals, if you will, for today. Can close out this link. So we're not going to spend $40 on a bubble shooter game. Or game template, anyway. We have Amplify Creations, who have some good stuff on the store. They have a shader pack, but it's 50% off. So I'm probably not going to entertain that. Jacob Lives Music. $200 bundle is $100. OpenCV for Unity. I don't do anything with OpenCV, but if you do, you might want this pack. He got bored of the other side. Did that bring up Porky? It should have done if it didn't. Sometimes when it's late at night and I'm hungry, I have a fridge pickle and some sandwich chicken. Ooh. Okay, very nice. Mega Fires from the amazing Chris West, aka Tubby Crumbles. I'm going to take a special look at that because he's a friend of the channel. I'm going to pause this for a moment. There's dogs scratching at the back door. So I'll go BRB real quick. So it's time for you to catch up on your fishing and your drop games. And I'll be back in about 2 minutes and 17 seconds. So even though I'm not drinking as much coffee at the moment, I'm still representing. Look, Irish John Games. I heart game dev. I love game dev. Get yourself over to Jern's merch store, and you too can have a full coffee cup like that. Yeah. What in the world is that emote bear? What's K2 nice try? Oh, NT, nice try. Okay. Why are you drinking less coffee? Well, I found myself drinking a lot of coffee, Sparky. I have a single cup brewer, and I was drinking like between 6 and 9 cups a day. And then by like 4 or 5 p.m., I was kind of like, Arr! And I know some people might say, well, wait, aren't you always? Arr! But I'm not. So it was the coffee that made me. Arr! So I didn't like that feeling. So I thought, well, let me take a day off of having coffee. And I had tea instead. And I felt fine. And then I tried it again the following day. And yeah, same effect. So I'm going to drink less coffee. I feel like I was probably the equivalent of a chain smoker, but with coffee. So I probably, I probably need to crank it down somewhat. So this was my second cup today, which normally I'd probably be on 4 or 5 already. So I'm doing good. I'm doing all right. So.
Greetings, Bigamy.
It's Pirate Clayman in the house. How you doing, Clay? Good to see you. I don't like that I don't see you as often now, but I get, new full-time job and stuff that, you kind of are less available to do the streamy things. So let's get a quick shout out to the legend that is Clayman. And there's all the links to do the stuffs.
Is that actually just part of the video?
Is it part of the video? I don't know. Why don't we watch? Let's find out.
He's gonna go and check it and it's gonna explode into his face, isn't it?
He might.
Dude, you are so fucking stupid.
Oh, you have to love the Rickroll, don't you? You just do. Welcome in, Clay. I hope you're having a good Monday. I hope it's going well for you because, Mondays typically, especially for the working population, it's not always so great, is it? It's Jeff the Land Shark getting a forehead post-it. Of course it is. That was going to be my next guess. Tea is superior, to be fair. I mean, yeah, also, you know, tea is also a diuretic, so, you know, it probably means I might spend more time running to the bathroom on stream, but we'll see. Anyway, so for now, I have my lovely flavoured water, which, as you can see, I'm doing pretty good today. Yeah, it has the... it even has the times on it that apparently you're supposed to drink it by. I don't really know how that works, but yeah, I just fill it up and just work my way through it. Yes, how is the job, Clay? It's very nice. Good. Glad to hear it. Because, you know, all too often when people have been looking for a job and then they find a job and then they get offered a job and then they're like, you know what? It's not really a job that I wanted, but it's a job I'm going to have to take. So the fact that you think it's okay and you like it, that's a bonus. Do they sell cordial there? Well, it's funny you say that because yesterday we were in HEB, the supermarket here, Sparky, and we took a walk down the international aisle and we found the English section. And they do have things like Robinson's squash. Okay. Robinson squash is $8 a bottle. $8. Do I like cordial that much that I'm gonna buy Robinson squash for $8 a bottle? But wait, they also have Ribena, which is an even smaller bottle. Ribena, how much do you think Ribena was? $10 a bottle. Yeah, I think I can actually buy probably gold cheaper than I can buy British products here. So, yeah, I wasn't spending $10. Because Mrs. Gamey saw it and she's like, oh, I really love Ribena. And I'm like, if you want it, we'll get it. And she's like, yeah, I'm not paying $10 a bottle. So, yeah. Funnily enough, I could probably buy beer cheaper. I could get a 6-pack of beer and drink that, and it'll be cheaper than a bottle of Ribena. Yeah. Look, after 2 years of not having a job, it's a joy to be able to work on a Monday. I mean, yeah, it's all relative, I guess, isn't it? That'll pass, yeah. Give it time.
I'm listening.
You have to keep in mind I'm a masochist. I mean, yeah. Spent around 5 hours today struggling with certificates. Turns out the corporation CA doesn't allow me to get the certificate I need. Oh, I had that same trouble in my last job. Yeah, trying to get updated certificates, and then, you know, somebody's messaging you saying they can't get to a website, saying the website's down because, you know, the certificate needed renewing and we hadn't done it. It's a whole thing. Daylight robbery, exactly. But what I do is I wait until they don't sell them because nobody's paying that money, and then they end up in the clearance section, and then I go and buy them from there. Oh. It's usually what I do. America and Britain have some tea history. A little bit, yeah. Had a very good bottle of Cabernet last night, and it was only $18. See, I could have bought a bottle of Ribena and a bottle of Robinson's orange squash for that. Yeah. Yeah, I'll do that too. Yeah, I can't remember what it was we got last. Salad cream. Yeah, salad cream, also horrendously expensive. And they had like half a dozen bottles that went on into the clearance section. Whoop! I cleared the shelf. I took every single one. Because it probably still wasn't, even on clearance, it was probably still more expensive than it is in England, but definitely not the crazy prices that you normally have to pay here. So there is that. Anyway, looking at the flash deal sales today, we've run through the first few. We're going to have a look at Megafires from Chris West, aka Tubby Crumbles, who is probably still in this channel at the moment as we speak. We could even do a shout out and it might, because he hasn't streamed in a while, it might pull in a clip or two. No, just one. Burb meeting. Okay, have fun with your meeting, burbs. Hey, man. Look at that. How glorious does that look? Look at that water effect. Water simulation by Chris and Tony West. The West brothers. The twin talents, if you will. Look, it even goes blurry. Depth of field and stuff as well. And, you know, you can't have a water simulation without seagulls, really, can you? So, yeah, this is one of Chris's amazing assets on the store. Currently, half price. You can get it 50% off. Captain Crabs, welcome on in. How you doing? Great stream last night. I feel like it was called Firefly something. I don't remember exactly what the game was, but it did remind me of Stardew Valley somewhat. It's annoying. I don't think we shouted out Bardi yet, did we? Let's fix that. And then we're going to do a shout out for Captain Crabs, because I do like to see his mighty poo around. No, I don't want a clip of Bardi showing a clip of me. That toilet got its hand and it reached way down into the depths of fiery poopy hell. Fiery poopy hell, it did. Grabbed a whole bunch of whatever it had and threw that up in the air, because that's a little bit more colourful than clear water. Exactly. So, why did somebody clip that? Yeah. Why did somebody clip you showing a clip of me? That was what we could smell from the living room. They are just glorious. Yeah. Anyway, on that note, moving swiftly on.
A big thanks to our continuing subscriber Dukasoft.
What? Uh-oh.
You know,
there it is. That was a very brief clip of Captain Crabs, and we almost saw the Science Streams logo in that, because I've seen that clip before. Dukasoft, 31 months. You do realise, and I know this might come as a shock to some, that's almost 32. 31 months is insane. Thank you for your continuing support, Dukasoft. It's very much appreciated. Thank you to you and Ted on a treadmill? A Tedmill? Thank you. I appreciate that. And also, before we do a shout out for Dukasoft, he has a tease command.
Stay a while and listen.
Thank you for the alert, Buddy. I don't know what food you're getting, but I'm sure it's going to be quite delicious. In fact, don't tell me, because it's just going to make me even more hungry after Sparky told us what she was looking to eat of an evening. Yes, happy birthday for last Thursday, Captain Crabs. Captain Crabs is having daily streams with birthday references and a birthday redemption. So drop him a follow. Get yourselves over there and wish him well. But yeah, Dukasoft is a tease. We're actually going to do a shout out, get some lovely drone footage here. And we've been assured that he will actually stream again. Same as Tubby Crumbles assures us, he more than likely, mostly, probably, allegedly will stream again. So we just have to wait and see. Yeah. I ate it and now I'm super full up. Oh, it's gone already. Nice. Nice. I'm eating spoonfuls of peanut butter. I mean, each to their own, you know? Yeah, I don't think anybody should be judged on what they eat. If you enjoy it, you eat it. I cheated with the kimchi and bought it already made, but it was really nice. That combination does have me curious. I feel I might need to try that at some point. And now Dukasoft has resubscribed. You know what that means, right? Because Dukasoft is a subscriber. And I'm trying to get my subscriber points up, as you can see with the bar at the bottom. It means he can use the SR command. Dukasoft, song requests are back. Yay! So you too can now play Baby Shark again if you wanted, or another song that you liked. Yeah, but today is a test stream. If it doesn't work and the songs people are requesting end up on my VODs, I might be cancelled. This might be my last stream, so I guess we'll find out. What black magic is this? What black magic is what? Where are you seeing black magic, Aggie? Oh, there we go. Straight in. Oh, yes, and they got Bongo Cat back, so it's a double celebration. Yeah, Bongo Cats are back on Spotify. So let's jump past Sean singing Psycho, apparently. And if you haven't heard the Bongo Cats before, you're in for a real treat. Here we go. Almost 3 minutes of cats singing one of my favourite songs. I mean, it doesn't get much better, does it? See? Everybody getting down in chat. So yeah, if all these songs do get recorded onto my VOD and I don't stream anymore, it's been great. I love you guys. Thank you all for your support over the last 3 years. And I guess I'll see you in other people's Twitch channels. Yeah. Okay, Megafires 2. What does Megafires 2 allow you to do? It allows you to bend the world to your will, okay? It allows you to deform game objects with over 50 deformers and warps. So if we watch this, look, just on this screen alone, you can see things are being bendy and stretchy and warpy. So it takes the Unity mesh and it goes and does all kinds of different things with it. So if you think these will make your games look even better, which I can tell you, spoiler alert, they will, you should totally get over to the asset store because you only get 22 hours where it's half price. Get over there, get it added to your collection. Because this is a kind of asset that, you know, it doesn't have to be, oh, well, it's a certain music track can only be used in a certain type of game. This asset can be used in any type of game. And in my opinion, it will actually improve any game because of what it does. And I'm not just saying that because I love Tubby. It is, in fact, this is true, this is fact, as they say on Balint's stream. Alrighty, so that's in today's sale. Dusty Room's Quibbly anime shaders, which apparently I already own, which I think I got in a bundle, is also on sale. V-Tabs 2, $14.50 instead of $29. Road Constructor, half price. Half price Master Character Creator from Soft Kitty Studio, not to be confused with Cutie Kitty, who is a valued member of the community here. This is Soft Kitty. Where did we last hear Soft Kitty? It was in Big Bang Theory, wasn't it? Soft Kitty, Warm Kitty or something was the song. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that request, Dukasoft, and hopefully you're as happy as Ice Bear Bear that the song requests are back, even if I might not be back if they all get saved onto the VOD. Oh, goodness. When this stream ends, I'm going to be like bated breath until that email comes in. Sorry, but you're cancelled. Okay. World Creator Professional. Creating worlds, I'm assuming. It's probably some terrain thing, which usually is $79, but yours today for $39.50. Yeah. Another 50% off Realistic Effects Pack 2 or 4 that I already have. Fantacode Studios. This is half price because Fantacode Studios is the publisher of the week. So I would dispute this really being a flash sale. Even though it has FS, it's not flash sale. It is, in fact, Fantacode Studios. We have 50% off Procedural Fire, Smoke, Energy, and Trails. 10% Impossible Creations have some great assets. I don't have this one in particular, but I do have a lot of their assets. Animation Designer is now $27.50. Hot Reload. Hot Reload has been around for a while. Just saves you time when you're doing your builds and working in the engine. Now $35 for today. Cinti Studios, always a crowd pleaser. 70% off. $150 down to $45 today for Simple Apocalypse. So if you're creating a zombie game, a low poly zombie game like Ice Bear is creating, then you can do it at a discount today. I checked VOD, no Spotify. How did you check the VOD before the stream's finished, Bear? And I guess a quick way of checking it as well would be just to do a clip of the stream and then you'd see if the music was on that clip. Oh Lord, it didn't take you long, Belint, did it? There we go, we've got Tenacious D back in the mix. Right, I'll be lurking as I'm going to start my own soon. TM. Okay, Cutie Kitty, thank you for stopping by. Always good to see you. Always love seeing familiar peeps, especially those that fly the game dev flag. They generate in real time in your recent videos. See, you talk about me teaching you things, Bear. It's like a two-way street, isn't it? I didn't know that. I didn't know you could actually watch somebody's VOD while it was generating. Wow. Well, that is good news. Thank you, Bear. I appreciate it. Now, let's hope that not necessarily this particular VOD, but the next VOD, all the audio issues might be sorted because we spent some of this stream fixing them. I feel like the captions are out a little bit. Ali. See what I did at the end there? Ali, as in Muhammad Ali. Okay, well, I thought it was funny. It's handy if you miss the chance to grab a clip. Yes, that's good to know in future. I didn't realise that. So I'm learning all kinds of things today. I'm being educated by everybody's favourite bear. So there it is. Do. So it looks like the song requests, unless they do some live checking on me, they might be staying. So huzzah! Subscribers unite! Or something. Okay, so Simple Apocalypse, get it on the cheap. Cartoon Town from Rissimi. I feel like Rissimi was Publisher of the Week before. And if they were, then I will own at least one of their assets because they will have given away a freebie. Let's see. Sort by price. And then scroll down. Here we go. Blee blah blue blah. Actually, I only just, since I got notification on my phone, I only just realised what Cutie Kitty meant. Right, I will be lurking as I'm going to start my own soon. She means going to stream. So what we should have done was a shout out. So let's fix that real quick. Do a shout out for Cutie Kitty. Intended for mature audience or for certain audiences. Okay, so it is in fact not going to show it. But anyway, you should jump over there right now and watch Cutie Kitty and see if it's your kind of thing. And if it is, drop a follow. And if you really love it and you're financially able, drop a sub. Because, you know, people like it when they get money and stuff. I'm not mature. Yes, you're going to have to take a ticket, Dukasoft. I think there's enough silly shenanigantery that goes on here to show that being mature is not a means to entry. Sometimes it might be a barrier to entry. Yeah, sorry, you're too mature. Yeah, you're not coming in, sorry. All right, so this is Rissimi. Apparently, look, I've just gone all out with their assets. Just for the record. For the record, I have never actually bought individual assets from this developer. So they would have been in bundles, or who knows, they might have been in the $2 sale that Unity had recently, which was insane. They're never going to do better than that. Well, unless they do a dollar sale, But the $2 sale was crazy. Assets that would normally cost hundreds of dollars, they were pretty much giving away. Get down, Igny. It's somebody going down the street on a hover round. Yes, yes, it's fine. They're gone now. Just stop it. That's enough. Up. Okay. I think you're in good company. Exactly. What? No. We don't. They need no encouragement. Thank you, Dukasoft. See, Dukasoft is using all the perks today. Doing song requests because he subscribes. Able to get 75% off of blurps. I mean, you know, has his own walk-on sound. What can I tell you? I mean, if anybody can think of something that would be great as an additional thank you to subscribers, let me know, because I'm happy to do it. You know, you can have like custom lurk commands. That never gets old. Never gets old, hearing all the barking in the background and then Dukasoft decides to chime in and bark along with them. Yeah. I have a remote dog whistle that does a pretty good job of distracting Jetson. I think it was like $12 on Amazon. I can send you the link if you want to check it out. We do have one of those, Shark Geek. I appreciate the offer. Yeah, we do have one of those. Mrs. Gamey uses it occasionally, especially if she's sitting there watching her favourite show and then suddenly they start yapping it up. But I don't really use those. We also have a clicker, which I guess is a similar thing, where it sends out a high-pitched noise and then they're like, huh? Scooby-Doo style. So, yeah. Don't use it on stream, though. It gets picked up on microphones. Oh, does it? I didn't know that. Well, that's worth knowing if it's, you know, one of the rare days in the year when Mrs. Gamey is not working and she'll be sitting behind me. I'll have to tell her, don't use it while I'm streaming, please. Thank you very much. Okay. Alrighty. Is there anybody that we didn't shout out, that didn't get a shout out, that we feel needs a shout out, even if they're not here? If there's somebody that you really like, apart from me because I'm your bestie, that you think should get a shout out, then please let me know. Yeah, I used it on the phone with my mom and she said, how was that? Smikesy, yes, I got a notification on my phone that Smikes had actually started streaming today. And he is one of Balint or Science Stream's mods and has recently started streaming himself, doing some web dev stuff. He usually starts his streams by doing the, I want to say the Times crossword, and has a sloth theme. Yes, has some sloth emotes and some redemptions where you can make sloth noises, and is streaming right now. So I don't know if he has any clips yet. We keep trying to shout him out on other streams and it says he hasn't got any clips. So I'm not sure if that's changed, but we'll see. If there are no clips, we'll still bring up the heart at the top of chat so that you can drop him a follow. Yeah, no clips yet. See, look, it doesn't look like they're a streamer or has any clips. Well, it's obviously the latter because he's streaming right now. So if you want to go ahead and check out his content, please do so. Alrighty, so yeah, Richimi, I'm not even sure how you pronounce it, but anyway, this developer, I already own the Cartoon GUI pack, which is $70, Sweet Cakes Icon pack, which is $40, and the Frozen GUI pack, which is $70. So look at me, not even knowing which assets I own. But yeah, Cartoon Town is in the sale. It's 70% off currently, so you can get it for 21 schmackaroonies. Let's have a quick look. Well, let's start the other end where it's images and not videos. Look, it's quite pretty, isn't it? Almost like a town made out of candy. That's how I feel, like some of these look candy-ish. There's likely enough content here, especially since it's $70 normally, to create a whole town based on the content. Look, you got a whole bunch of trees and vegetation. Even got hot air balloons and windmills. I mean, come on. If I was creating a town scene that's not the Japanese city that we have in Rescue Ball, I would definitely consider this at 21 buckaroonies, because that seems good price for the content you get. Very nice. All right. So that was Cartoon Town. Polyquest Heroes, I already own somehow. Again, likely was in a bundle, but usually $164.99. You can get it for $50, less than $50 today. There we go. It's an adventurer. Oh, I remember this. Yeah, I bought it in July apparently. Yeah, this was either on a really good discount, which I think it was. It might have been the $2 sale. And then when you look at it, you get different characters, customizable attachments. It also uses blend shapes, I believe, for the faces. Memory serves correctly. Yeah, so for me, when I get something like a character pack that comes up and it's a really good deal, it's an insta buy. I was just going to say $2 sale. I got it too. Ah, yes, they're more than likely. See, I'm always happy when there's massive discounts on assets, but then I also get a little bit sad when I realise I already own them, which I shouldn't, because, you know, it's cost me $0 then to own them. But, you know, when I see assets like this, it's like $15. Wait, it's only $3. I'll get that. And I'm like, I already did. So this one that's $3, the Survival Essentials Pack, I already have. Artistic Bundle from Froncon Games, I already have. And so the next one is an 80% off and a Hovel Studio Pack. Now, I've talked about Hovel Studio before. Fantastic developer. Also a favourite of the Irish Heartthrob, Irish John Games. I don't think I've ever reached out to them for support, but from what I'm seeing, they have a good support system in place. And they have some AAA effects. Now look, this shows us free for me. I can buy it now for free. Why can I buy it for free? I'm assuming because I own one of their other packs that may or may not contain some of these effects already, but if we have a look at the developer publisher page, if you will, for Hovel, and let's sort by price, and let's put 96 per page. And then if we scroll down, let's see which purchased packs I have of theirs. Want to hear a terrible joke? Always! That was a rhetorical question, clearly, Duke, because, you know, this is Terrible Joke Central. As long as it's wholesome enough for the stream, let's go. Let's have a look. What do we own that we've bought? So Magic Swords VFX, HQ Realistic Explosions, Character Auras 3, AoE Magic Spells, 3D Fire and Explosions. So yeah, I own quite a few of Hovel's assets already. Black Mage Spells. Oh, and speaking of Black Mage, nice little segue there. We can do a shout out for Black Mage UK, which his real name is Marcus, and he is actually half of Scuffed Game Dev, the other half being Clayman Dev. And between them, they produced the Chat Ragdoll Racing game. Let's see if we can get a quick clipperoonie of Marcus.
Wait.
There he is. Look, in Unity, the level design king.
Your ally. You merely adopted the trolling. I was born into it, molded by it. I didn't stop trolling until I was already a man, but by then
What's his name? That's
a blonde woman is flying to Paris in economy. After takeoff, she goes, sits in first class. The flight attendant tells her her ticket is for economy, but she doesn't care. She's not moving. So another flight attendant tells her first class isn't flying to Paris, so she quickly hurries back.
Hurries back. T economy. Thank you, Pirate. That in fact, I'm glad you set it up as a terrible joke, because I don't think the bar was set too high then, and I think you absolutely nailed it, Duke. So thank you for that. I think. Okay. Anyway, so Black Mage spells and RPG VFX bundle. I feel like this one might have that projectiles pack in it. Let's have a look. Because bundle sometimes means there's a whole bunch of their other assets put in together in one pack. Was that the case with this one? Maybe not. I'm very curious. Almost as bad as the X-Tractor fan joke. TTS Pirates inflection only made it better. I do love the inflection sometimes. We even have a clip that Ninja Gloppy took before when the Stanley Parable TTS went a bit bananas and he kind of went for quite a while. So a joke attempt was made. I mean, it definitely was an attempt at a joke, Shark Geek, yeah. Whether it hit the target on the joke dartboard, I think everybody might dispute that, but yeah. Anyway, you know, we're always up for a joke, whether it's terrible or the funniest thing we've ever heard. So thanks for playing, Duke. It hit the target as a bad joke. I wouldn't possibly say that for fear of offending anybody, but you might be right.
Hear about the new restaurant called Karma? There's no menu. You get what you deserve.
I like that. I haven't heard that one before. I do. I like that one. GG's, Dukasoft. The joke redemption finally pulled a funny one out of the hat. Grang. That's a bit of a typo there, wouldn't you say? They've got a grand with a D, VFX textures pack, and then there's a humongous thumbnail that says Grang. Nobody knows what Grang is, apart from it being a typo. But anyway, that aside, I wouldn't hold that against Hubble Studio, because they do in fact have great packs. And I still don't know, I'm none the wiser as to why this one shows as free for me. So what I should probably do, since it is showing free, in case there's any reason it's not right, or it shouldn't be, or it's only free during the sale, I'm going to get it right now and add it to my collection.
How did the telephone propose? With a ring, of course.
See, now that's better. Now we're getting there. The reception was off the hook. Kilted Ninja, how you doing? Welcome on in. Good to see you. I hope you're having an amazing Monday. I hope you had, what time is it? 6:20 in the evening for you, so I hope you had an amazing day and you're shaping up for a fantastic evening. Yeah, so for some reason this shows as free for me, so I'm going to do a quick blur on this so I don't dox myself. I'm going to do a buy now, and I'm going to see if I can add it to my collection. Stream's going all right. We reinstated song requests today. For some reason, the music just decided to pause for no apparent reason. So anyway, yeah. So for subscribers, we reinstated song requests today. So people have been requesting their own things, and you know what Spotify's like sometimes. Sometimes it gets it right, sometimes it gets it terribly wrong. So yeah, we're just having a quick look. We're just finishing up the Unity flash deals, and then we're going to get to the game dev portion of the stream where we might, you know what, today I was going to work on Rescue Ball, but I might do some preemptive work for the Journ Jam. You can't actually start the project for a jam before the jam starts, not least because you don't know the theme. But I have a mechanic that I'm not sure if it's going to work. So I figure if we fire up an empty project, okay, bear with me on this. If we fire up an empty project and start out, don't stick yourself with an incense stick. Thankfully it wasn't lit, but it just made me jump. Yeah, I feel like we can do some testing maybe on the mechanic and see if that'll work, because that'll save me some time when the jam actually starts if I decide that I am going to go with this type of game, depending on the theme that gets chosen. Because one thing that always gets me in game dev, and hopefully some other game devs will agree, is rotation. Rotation in Unity, and it might be the same in other engines, I don't know, can be a living nightmare. So why would I entertain doing a game with rotation in? Well, my idea is the falling block game idea that I floated on a previous stream. So I'm thinking if I can do some preemptive testing of the mechanic just to see if I can get it working how I want it. I won't actually use the project when the jam starts, because you can't start your actual game jam project until the jam. But that doesn't stop me doing some testing on ideas I might like to implement before that. So we might do that today. Possibly. My Little Pony theme song. Yeah, you found it, Duke. Let's pretend that you had to go looking for it and it wasn't on your favourite songs playlist already in Spotify. We'll do that, okay? Yeah. Yeah, day was a day. It's done. Home, evening, chill, or Gucci. Okay, Kilty. Well, I'm glad you decided to spend some of your evening at least in our company. We're honoured to have you here. And we already talked about you earlier in your absence, saying that if we remember, we play your songs on a Saturday stream. Then all the other days of the week when I stream, we play the DMCA safe stuff that, you know, people tolerate. But now we've got the song requests back, subscribers can actually just pick songs they want. Like, you know, the Duke is obviously clearly a My Little Pony fan and wanted this song on. So I should try not to talk over it too much. Wow, did I break it already? Not quite, no. I hate watching sports live. Always find the stadium so windy. There's too many fans. Too many fans. Do you see what Duke did there? So windy because there's too many fans. Yeah. Oh, neat. But you can spend £800 on assets. Wait, what? £800 on assets? What? What? Big Sario, welcome on in. Did I just show a free asset? You like free assets. You almost never use them, but there's no harm in owning them. Big Sario, if you love free assets, you must be already, I would propose, on my Discord server, where there are assets that normally cost money that are given away free on a daily basis, just because Unity don't publicize when asset developers that normally charge for their assets make them free temporarily or permanently. But you can get those announcements on my Discord server. And the weird thing was, the asset showed as free for me, but it's in the current flash sale, which is weird. So I just went and added it to my basket and bought it anyway, just in case it's some kind of glitch. But yeah, it was in fact this pack that I was probably going to buy anyway, since it's less than $4. But let me go ahead and get this link in chat in case anybody else wants to buy it, or check if it is in fact free for them. So yeah, there is the link. Bear sometimes has the same as me. Ice Bear will click on it and then be like, that shows as free for me too. Oh. There we go. There is the link if you want to try. Imogen Heap. I don't know this one. Bear. Headlock. Pretty good though. You're welcome. Took me over an hour to find it. Yeah, of course it did. All right. We believe you. Too many playlists on Spotify. Yeah, I think it's a nice idea to plan if you can. Only trouble is committing to an idea that doesn't fit the chosen theme. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Kilted. If we just like fire up, don't spend too long on it, but we just fire up an empty project and I can just try some of the ideas that are in my head. Not that then I will load the project in and use that for the jam, because that would be considered starting the project before the jam starts. I would obviously scrap whatever we create and then start it again from scratch when the theme is announced. But I just need to know that the mechanics I see in my head, I can actually make them work. What I don't want to do is the jam starts and you only get a limited 16 days, 2 weeks, something like that. And then it takes me a day or two to actually test whether it works, and then I've already lost those 2 days when the jam starts because it's not going to work the way I like. So yeah, we'll see. I tried to grab the weekly free one if I remember. Got Gaia for Unity the other week. Yes, and do you know where the free one was announced at the same time as it launched on the store? On my Discord server. Yeah, it gets posted in the announcement channel automatically. It gets posted in the Unity Assets Gone Free channel automatically, and also the Unity All Free channel. It also gets posted in that. So there's never any chance of anybody on my Discord server, if you have the correct role assigned, which will be Unity Deals, of missing it. So yeah. Have you ever made a character customization screen for a game? Yes and no is the clearest, quick answer I can give to that. I would say no, as in it didn't really qualify as a humanoid or animal character as such. But what it was a game that involved cars, and then it had the as you spun the platform around, a new car would drop down and bounce and then stop bouncing, and you could choose different cars. So it was character customization in that respect, but not as in like, okay, here's a Cinti Studios 3D human model. Let's change his hat. Let's change his glasses. Let's change his jacket. Let's change his trousers or pants. Nothing like that, if that's the kind of thing you're talking about. Wait, Gaia was free? Yes. I know they have like 58 different versions of Gaia now, but one of the versions was free. Yeah. In fact, let me have a look. I can probably find it. If I go to my server and I go to the announcements channel, might be able to scroll back and find it, because I think it was in the past few weeks. So, publisher of the sale last Thursday was Fantacode Studios. And then before that, it was Enhanced Studio. And then before that, it was Guiding Pair Software. Before that, it was Ismartel. And we had Just Create. Gotta be soon, right? Then we had 6 Games. Love 6 Games assets. Sign VFX. Where's the Gaia one? I might have to use the search on it. That was Panetti. Here we go. The free asset this week is Gaia for Unity 6 from Procedural Worlds. Yeah, so it was on July the 3rd. Yeah, July the 3rd was when it was there. Okay. It's a bit of a clever ploy by Unity. Here, have this for 50% off, and if you type this coupon code, we'll give you another 50% off. I mean, it's a good way for developers to get publicity. I mean, some of the developers, asset store developers like Fantacode Studios this week, I'd never heard of. And I wouldn't have heard of them probably ever, unless I searched for something in particular that I needed an asset for that they produce. So to give me one of their assets for free and the rest of their assets for half off, I think it's a great marketing ploy, to be honest. So many people spending so much money they never intended to spend in the first place, thinking they're the ones ending up with the deal. I mean, yeah, there is that. I mean, the other end of that scale, of course, is FOMO. Like, you know, you're like, oh, Gaia was free, so you go and get it, and then you probably never do any terrain work that warrants the use of Gaia, so you might never use it. I have over 4,000 assets in my collection now, and I know there's hundreds, if not thousands, that I haven't used yet. But does that mean I won't use them in the future? No, because they're there in my collection. So now, suddenly, if I decide to do my first ever block falling game for the Jern Jam, I might search for blocks, and there might be a fantastic 3D $60 model or asset that has models of the perfect 3D blocks I need. Am I going to spend $60 for the Jam? No, I am not. But, you know, oh, look, it came up in a bundle, or it was in the $2 sale, and I might have bought it at some point in the past, and now suddenly it says I've purchased it. There we go. Yes, let's use it. So, you know, I think the phrase, for me at least, not looking a gift horse in the mouth is quite prominent when they have sales on the stores. Time to put you on the TV and hibernate. I see what you did there. All right, Bear. Thank you. Always a pleasure. Never a chore. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks for your help with the technical support stuff. So I appreciate it. Have a great rest of stream and day. Legend. Yes, my favourite Bear. You have a great snooze in the fridge, as we'll see in a moment when Bear does the lurk command, and as a subscriber he gets a custom lurk command. It doesn't really work if you put it on the end of other text, though. You kind of have to have it at the start. There it is.
Stay a while and listen.
Stay a while and listen. See, sleeps in the fridge. Don't you know? I always feel like I should do a PSA here and go, yeah, don't actually sleep in the fridge, please. That's not something that we recommend. When he does it right. See, now I'm thinking, should I just detect the alert command with the exclamation mark in front of it anywhere in the message? Maybe I should. Maybe I need to fix that. Let's have a look.
Stay a while and listen.
There we go. I don't know if you're actually lurking, Duke, or if you were just seeing what the standard lurk verbiage is. How do I do a custom lurk command? You can either tell me in chat what you want it to say, or you can send me a whisper, you can send me a DM, and then I'll go and add it in for you. So just let me know.
Stay a while and listen.
See? Captain Crabs. Everybody's either suddenly lurking, or they're trying to see if, as a subscriber, they have a lurk command. So, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to check on lurk right now, and apparently if you do lurk or AFK, it has to be at the start, but now I'm going to say anywhere. So, yeah, if Bear was still here and did that same message he did earlier with the lurk command in the middle of his message, it would still do the same thing. All right, I just need to run to the restroom. Too much flavoured water, I guess, today. I'll be back in 63 seconds. I will be right back. Well, that clearly didn't work, did it? Maybe it'll work next stream. We live in hope. All right, thanks for testing it, Bear. Catch you next time. I'll be right back. 63 seconds. Time me. Go. 62, 63. There we go. Exactly 63 seconds. I told you. No, you're wrong, Kilted. I told you, you need to use like a stopwatch or, look at something that has a second hand on it so you can count. Just using your fingers and toes is not going to be the same thing. All right. But I appreciate you trying. Okay, so has gone back to his throne with little whispers of Bit Gamey in his ear. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take that verbiage. Okay, let me check. So, right. Control A. All right, so we're going to take that. Well, I've got a second hand. Yes. Yeah. I guess that wasn't the best example, was it? Because, if you count on your first hand and then on your second hand. Yeah. Anyway, let me have a look and get the actions and then look at lurk and then time to lurk and execute code. And let's have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have 8 currently. 8 messages where people have custom lurk commands, and we're just about to add another one. So what we're going to do is we're going to take Dukasoft's, since his was the last one, and we're going to duplicate it. And we are going to say instead of case Dukasoft, it's going to be case the Duke 492, and then I'm going to say, get this text right. The Duke 492, the correct case, has gone back to his throne with little whispers of Bit Gamey in his ear. All right, so if I compile that, save and compile. All right, Duke, if you want to try it now, see if your lurk command works. If your custom lurk command does work for you.
Stay a while and listen.
There it is! Boom! Woohoo! Alrighty. So if anybody else is a subscriber, it doesn't include gift subs. It does include Prime subs. So if anybody else has subscribed themselves, then please let me know if you want a custom command. And look, we can just do it on stream like that. No, you're a legend, Duke. Thank you. I always appreciate people being here. There's no obligation.
Stay a while and listen.
There's no obligation for people to subscribe, but I'm always appreciative when they do, even if I don't fully understand why. Probably flew away on a drone adventure. See, look, Dukasoft has his own custom one as well. What? And the thing is as well, do you know what? It's not because I'm too lazy to figure it out, but even if you just subscribe for 1 month and you never ever subscribe again, you still get the walk-on sound. Did you get a walk-on sound yet, Duke? I'm not sure you did. You can get a custom walk-on sound, so the audio that plays when you make a first message in the stream of a particular day. Like when Clayman comes in here, he gets the Android startup sound or something. No, I haven't. Okay, so if you want a sound that plays when you first do your first message in a stream every day, then either let me know what you would like, give me some idea of what you would like and I can find it, or you can actually send me a sound file. All I ask is that it's wholesome for the stream and it's not 10 minutes long. So, just something that when it comes in, it can go blah, 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 and it plays and it's done. So, yeah, you can either whisper me or you can tell me in chat the kind of thing you want, or, if you have a link to a YouTube video and say, okay, I want the audio from this YouTube video from this point to this point, I can do that. I can crop things out. So just let me know and I'll sort it out. because that's how much I value subs. I'm not saying I don't value non-subs, but I'm just saying that, it's nice to have subscriber perks when you go to a channel. And I always struggle to find things that I can give people that, they don't have everywhere else. Everybody has, now you've got some new emotes you can use, which is great. You get new emotes you can use here. And as a subscriber, you get to use, obviously, the animated emotes as well. And you can use any of the emotes from follower and tier 1, if you're a tier 1 subscriber, on other people's channels. But, I like to think of some things that are a bit different that you don't get everywhere else. So, there it is. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. All right, so SEP, Survival Essentials Pack, I already own. Artistic Bundle, I already own. This one now, the Hovel Studio, it said I could get for free. So now if I refresh this screen, we will see that I already own it. Because ads are annoying. They are annoying, but also I appreciate that people would sooner it not cost them anything, but still be able to support the channel by watching the ads, which is how I support most streams that I watch. Okay, so now, since I purchased it, well, it said free, so I got it. That now says purchased as well. And then the last one for today is Aura 2, which I already own. I mean, you wouldn't guess that I have over 4,000 assets from the store already, would you? Given that, seem to show a lot of these as already purchased. Aura 2. If I'm not mistaken, Aura 3 is out, is it not? Let's have a look. And if Aura 3 is out, well, maybe it's not out yet then. Wait, how is there only one asset? I thought this developer had more than that. Aura. I guess not. Okay, well, I guess he's still working on Aura 3 then. I know that he kept talking about it, and I don't even remember where I saw him talking about it. Maybe I was on his Discord server at some point, saw the discussions. Maybe he was being interviewed on the Messi Coder Twitch channel, which Messi has a lot of asset store developers on there. Yeah, maybe he's still working on it then. I'm pretty sure he was talking about a third one. Anyway, this one is normally $47, but today you can get it for $9.40. I mean, I bought it in 2021, so it's already in my list anyway, but there we go. And we're going to have a very quick look through the assets that go live tomorrow, since tomorrow is not my stream day. So, yeah, I won't be here to let you know about tomorrow's assets until they will have already pretty much ran out, which will be on Wednesday's stream. So, upcoming assets for tomorrow, if you wanted, is the Ultimate Horror Bundle, the Rural Gas Station, an Epic Runner, another Cinti Studios Polygon Shops pack, Unique Projectiles from Gabriel Aguiar, who's also another great effects particle system guru. And look, if that's going to be 80% off and that just makes it $4, that's going to be a great one. I might get that one if it's 80%. And then Carlos Wilkes, I have some of his assets. This is Lean Touch Plus if you do work for mobile devices. Forest Environment, Nature Manufacture is a great developer. Not sure how I already own this. It must have been part of a bundle. But Forest Environment, Dynamic Nature. Invector, which we saw in, I think, was it Saturday's stream? We had a look at the assets and there was an Invector one. This is the third-person controller melee combat template. Candy Smith again, who we saw earlier today. Their Match 3 Jelly Garden Kit. Kingdom Stylized Modular Castle Environment from PolyArt, if you have that kind of type of game and art style. And AV Pro Video 3 if you do a lot with embedded video in Unity. $450? What? That's a lot of money. Magica Cloth 2. Magica Cloth, one of the best cloth assets on the store. I already own it. I've never actually used cloth in a project ever in Unity, so maybe the Journ Jam will be time. VFX. There you go. Yeah. So sometimes I use SFX and then I can never remember if I meant it to be special effects or sound effects. So yeah, VFX is definitely a better one to use for that. PolyQuest Worlds full pack. 300 smackaroonies. Proto Factory again, we talked about them before. They have the Mahusive character packs. This one is no exception. It's $400. I'm sure there's a massive amount of content in there. Polygon Knights, Cinti Studios, I already own. Aquas Legacy, I already own. Water Asset. Low Poly Icon Pack from PolyPerfect. PolyPerfect are great, they really are. They kind of stepped up to fill a gap in the market, or to, shall we say, end the Cinti Studios monopoly, which they pretty much had on the store. PolyPerfect don't release new packs that often, but they do keep adding to their existing packs. So you buy a pack and you think, oh yeah, that was pretty good value. Before you know it, the content's probably doubled over the next few months because they keep adding 2 packs. And they have a great active Discord server as well, so make sure you get on that if you own any of their assets. Polygon Heist, I already own. That's coming up. Chronex Mystify FX. Man, there's a lot of assets going live tomorrow. GUI Pro, I already own. And what have we got? 3 left. Skinned Mesh Combiner. MT. Character Mesh, Merge, Atlasing, Support, and more. $16.90. That would be a good one. If that's 80% off, I might grab that one tomorrow. Ultimate VFX. And last but not least, Animals full pack, again from Protofactor, usually $150. All right, so I'll leave this tab open because this is usually the one I refresh when the new sales start. Oh, thanks. Ashley, Florida has the licking, what I'm going to say, kind of strikes me as like half something from Super Mario and half something from Little Shop of Horrors, but it is definitely reminds me of Audrey from Little Shop of Horrors. Yeah. How's your day going, Blint? You having a good one? Not too many meetings, I hope. I hope it's not very Monday-ish. Put the MP3 file for the March on in the lounge as I couldn't DM you as we aren't friends on Discord. You could always send me a friend's request if you wanted, Duke. That's an option too. I get a lot of random friends requests in a day, but if it's a request that I'm expecting, then I once you got it, I'll delete it. Well, let me grab it and then I can delete it. How about that? So lounge. Duke March, download complete. And now I should be able to delete message. Delete. There we go. All right. So it should be relatively straightforward to get this added in for you. Let's see if we can do that right now as well. Let's open it first and listen to it. We'll pause the music. I don't know if you'll hear this or not, but I will. All right, very good. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is, this actually ties in with a folder in Windows Explorer. So let's put the music back on, and then I will go to the specific folder I need over here. It's called Helps if you can actually find it, right? I'll just say I haven't added a walk-on sound in quite a while, and so it's probably not where I expect it to be, but let's look in the Twitch stream stuff folder. Blah, blah, blah. Some requests, it's not in that folder. Alerts members, not in there. Sub exceptions, not in there. How strange. Let's jump and have a look back into StreamerBot. Walk-on sounds, config, path. Okay, Twitch stream stuff, sound alerts, subscribers. Okay. Twitch stream stuff, sound alerts, subscribers, custom audio, and then I need to create a folder that matches your name. So I'm going to say the Duke 492. Okay, and then I'm going to go to downloads. I'm going to cut it from there. I'm going to go back to your folder and paste it in there. All right, so I don't think it'll trigger if you put a command in now, because I think it's not going to detect it as your first message today. But the next stream you join, first time you chat, it should do that for you. And if it doesn't, remind me, because I'll have forgotten by then. But you should be good to go. Alrighty. Making my day, as always, showcasing free stuff and awesome things for subs. Test. Yeah, so I think because even though we just put it in, the stream knows it's not your first chat today. So if I was to disconnect the stream and then restart again, then it would detect it as your first chat and then it would trigger it. So yeah, next stream, you come join and make your first message. You should be good. See, test failed, Dukasov. You should have used GLaDOS for that, because GLaDOS has all the tests. What I need to do, I need to I have the ysub command. I think I need to make it more obvious what subscribers can get from subscribing. No ads, exclusive emotes, exclusive sound commands, play any songs during a stream, be included in who subs, shoutouts, earn channel points faster, choose a custom audio clip for when you first chat, and custom alert text. I think that's about it for now. If anybody can think of other things that could be added for subscribers, I mean, I don't want to paywall everything because, you know, I don't want people to feel they have to subscribe. It's like when you join a stream or you get raided into a stream and it says, follower only chat. No, I'm not going to follow you just so I can say hi. Follower only chat. Close out the tab. And that's the same way I don't want people to come here. I want people that subscribe to feel their experience is enhanced. I don't want you to feel like you can't really come here and do much without being subscribed. So support the stream in one of the kindest ways possible. I mean, I personally find it kind if people show up, even if they lurk and don't engage, because for me, it's, you know, the fact that people took time out of their day, not necessarily money out of their wallet, but the fact they took time out of their day to make an appearance, it kind of, I like that. Sub, follow only, good luck, TTFN, right? Yeah. So I don't want to paywall everything. I don't want to lock everything down. I don't want people to feel like, I don't even want people to feel like they have to follow. You know, yes, I have the follow command that triggers sometimes, and it comes up and it encourages you. It does the look, nice little animation there to say, hey, don't forget, if you want to find me again and have these silly shenanigans as part of your weekly routine, then, you know, don't forget to click the follow. Because I've been in streams before and I've actually forgotten to follow, and then I can't remember who the people were because I probably got raided into them, and then I'm like, well, dang it, now I'm not going to find them again. So, yeah. I like that people follow. I like even though some people I've probably never seen since the first week that I streamed, I like that people want to follow you enough that, you know, I'm having a week in October where I'm doing a week full of streams to celebrate having 1,000 followers, because oh yeah, no, that was terrible. Thank you for those blurt biddies, Dukasoft. Maybe ones that don't encourage me to do silly nonsense would be great too. Just saying. But yeah, time is more important than money, in my opinion. Says the person that subscribes and shows up. But thank you, Duke. I appreciate that sentiment. Yeah, so, you know, somebody might not subscribe, but they might come here and they might be engaging, they might chat, they might give their opinion on things, they might help me out with technical issues and not subscribe. And that's fine. Do you know what? Your contribution to my stream was valuable without being financial. Like I say, even if people show up and just lurk, especially if I ever eventually, possibly, allegedly do a partner push, those numbers are going to mean a lot more. Because I think the only thing that I'm going to fall down on, the only metric that I'm going to struggle to achieve is number of viewers per stream. So push, possibly, allegedly, in the future, at some point, if my numbers get up a bit higher, Kilted, I think I'm on a fool's errand, as they say, if I try and do a push now, because, you know, I'll get from like an average of 20 viewers up to 30, maybe 40 viewers. If partner is here and my viewers are here, and then with a push, I'm going to push up this much, then I want to be here before I push. So when I go up that much, I'm over the threshold. So, yeah. I mean, we're pushing at the moment to try and get Dukasoft to do another stream. When was your last stream, Dukasoft? Should we have a look and see when your last stream was? I don't want to shame you into streaming again. I'm just curious. Because, you know, we go to your stream and click on schedule. 8 months. I don't want an echo of what I just said, thank you. 8 months, okay? So I feel like next month, since it's been 9 months, that could be your Twitch baby to us, is another stream. So, holy cremola foam. That's what I was just about to say. Yeah. So, you know, nobody appreciates more than me how difficult it is getting out in the weather to get good drone footage, given that I bought my drone months and months and months ago, and I've had one test flight. So, you know, Dukasoft could just throw it back at me and go, yeah, when's your next drone flight then? And I'll be like, actually, good point. Yeah, I'm going to be quiet now. So, yeah. Anyway, for those people changing the subject that didn't see my shirt today, that weren't here at the start when we had the prediction closeout and have not used Bit Shirty Redemption, look, it's a nice spacey one today. Not just for Nerduino, although he is my favourite space person, but just because I like the shirt. So there we go. All the planets, Mr. Fredrickson styley from the Up movie. I've been buried in WordPress work, sadly. Yeah, that's the other thing, of course. You know, it's having the time to do it, because it's not just a case of, all right, I'm just going to run to the local park and just record 5 minutes. It's there's a lot more to it than that. You have to make sure all your batteries are charged up. You have to make sure that you have the right time of day for doing it, so it's not too dark. You have to make sure that the weather is the right conditions, because obviously you can't do it in the rain. Can't do it if it's boiling, sweltering hot, not because the drone won't stand up to that, but you won't stand up to that. You don't really want to stand there in 90, 100 degrees heat to get some footage. And also, of course, because it's a drone, it might be too windy. And the last thing you want is to have your drone blown into some nice overhead power cables, and then at the very least, the drone gets frazzled. At the worst, you get frazzled. So, yeah, there is that. So stay safe out there, Dukasoft. We do want you to stream again, but also we want you to be safe. So, yeah, if you could, that would be great. I'd love to fly for 5 minutes and get a 1 hour video out of it. Right. I mean, I think the batteries last, what, 30, 40 minutes? So to get some uncut footage, yeah. Bullet time it, there you go. Yeah, just record 5 minutes and then just say, oh, this footage, I was flying really slowly with the drone, and then slow it down like 12 times so you can get an hour out of the 5 minutes or something like that. Okay, so I'm going to not look at this page anymore because it's jumping around all over the place. Should we do a test project? Should we do that? Should we fire up an empty template and see if we can see if this mechanic I'm thinking of will actually work? Because the mechanic itself isn't going to determine whether I can use it for the theme, because the type of game I'm thinking of is quite adaptable, and I think I'll be able to twist it and maneuver it into whatever theme is finally decided, possibly. Never had a drone where the battery has lasted more than 10 minutes. Yeah, that is the problem. I've had like cheaper drones before, and they're like, oh, the battery lasts 8 minutes. Oh, the battery lasts 10 minutes. But when you spend like triple digits on a good brand, then you can get like 30 to 40 minutes out of a battery. And I actually bought 3 batteries with mine, so yeah, if I want to like join some footage together, or if I happen to just be doing a test flight and then the battery suddenly goes out, I've got another couple of batteries in my collection. I can just switch it out and carry on. So I think I have to invest in a real one. Cash, yeah. I do have a sunset, but I feel it would be quite boring for a 1 hour video. 2+ hours charging for 10 minutes fly. Yeah, that's the issue, and that's what put me off flying mine a lot of the time. And when I had a cheaper one, also Snaptin, I think was the brand, Snaptain, it needed a lot of, what's the word I'm looking for? It needed a lot of setting up before you could actually fly with it every single time. And it was almost like a QTE in a game, where, you know, it's had to, push the left joystick up for 5 seconds, now push the right joystick down for 5 seconds. Did all the lights flash? Okay, now push them both up for another 10 seconds. I felt like I was leveling up by the end of it, and then you get your 10 minutes flight out of it. It just really put me off of it, so yeah. I think you underestimate how many people like sunsets. Yes, I think actually that is exactly what's happening right now. So I've been quite happy with DJI. Yeah, I just wish I could get out there more often, because I have a lot of ideas that I want to use mine for. And I'm not going to steal Dukasoft's thunder, okay? I'm not going to suddenly come on and be, hey, look, here's all my drone footage. Because Dukasoft and I are going to use our drones for very different things. And I'll show you what I mean if I ever actually manage to get out there again and it's not 1,000,000 degrees or raining or some other extreme Texas weather that means I can't actually fly it. But yeah, my footage is going to be a little bit different to Dukasoft's. And I don't mean I'm just going to like fly over to the neighbour's house and stare in their bathroom window, because that's not a good idea. So yeah. Up, up, down, down, left, right, plus start. Yes, it's that magic Konami code you have to punch in to actually get your 8 minutes of flying time out of it. A video on my YouTube with 200+ views. First time it has been that high. Post the link, Dukasoft. Let's see if we can get it higher. You know how we like to get it up for you. Let's go. All right, so we're going to do that. I'm going to do that. We're going to do a test project. See if we can... I don't know. We're going to get a test project that we're actually going to completely trash before the Jern Jam, even though we might be using most of it in the Jern Jam, because them's the rules. You can't do stuff for the Jam game before the Jam starts. Let's all get it over Dukasoft. I feel like that needs to be a tagline somewhere. Maybe in Duka's merch store. Yeah. I don't know what kind of merch it would be on. I'm afraid to go down that rabbit hole, but yeah. Anyway, before we jump into the Unity project, let's switch the calendar back. Let's fix the calendar. There we go. That's how it should be. Should be on iOS. Has copyright music. Okay, thank you for that heads up. So I'm not going to actually play it. In fact, I don't even know if it would appear now we've made the audio changes. That's something to test. Whether my browser has a separate channel. Let's have a look. Capture audio beta. What's that do? When enabled, creates an application audio capture source that automatically updates to the currently captured window application. Note that if desktop audio is configured, this could result in doubled audio. Okay. I'm going to worry about that under the stream. But anyway, if you want to watch one of Dukesoft's most popular videos on YouTube, then do open it up. I'm not going to play it because I am going to play it, but I'm not going to have the music on because I don't want to get spanked. But yeah. This is a 3-minute video of a sunset. Now, is this real time or has this been speeded up, Dukesoft? What is that weird cloud on the left? There's a cloud on the left that looks like it's over some kind of wireless mast. And so it looks a bit like it's almost sitting on top of the mast. Well, that is a glorious sunset, I have to say. So is this real time or is this speeded up? It's not real time. Okay, I was just curious. I wasn't sure how close to the sunset it was, and I know I've watched sunsets myself before, and it's one of those that kind of when it gets to the horizon, suddenly it seems like it just drops, sinking into the clouds. Very nice. Yeah, me likey. All right, so we're going to watch that for a moment while I fire up a test project in our favorite game engine of choice, which would be Unity. Science. Yeah, there's no science command. There might be a balint command. You might find something under balint, but not under science. Maybe we need to make it for both of them. There is a journ. There is a journ, and also Irish doubles up as that as well. And more importantly, follow. There we go. So what Balint's saying is follow science streams right now, if you would. Thank you very much. Okay. Let me go back to commands. Let me find the Balint command. Let me also add science and also science streams. Okay, so all three of those commands should work now. There we go. Oh wait, science I have as the command for you. Yeah, I can't do science because that's your own walk-on sound. All right, so we have Balint and we have science streams. Let's do those two. Okay. Everything you ever wanted to know about science but were too afraid to ask. Yeah. Yeah. You'll not find many streams as welcoming as this, and you can also buy their merch. See? All the links. If there's anything you want updating in that, Balint, in that verbiage, let me know. Olé! Balint, do me a favour. Can you either try and request that song again or request a different song? I just want to see if the cooldown is still working after we reinstated it. He considers Bit Gamey, aka Lee, one of his best friends. Aww. Interesting. So it didn't add it, but it also didn't tell you there was cooldown. So let me have a look. Find out what's going on with that. Actions. SR cooldown is showing there. Oh, I see why. The trigger was disabled. All right, if you want to try it again, you should get the message come up. Should tell you that you're on cooldown, and hopefully it's calculated the cooldown correctly. Ah, Kilted done broke the calendar. What did you done diddly do there, Kilted? Never mind. After the cooldown.
Stay a while and listen.
After the cooldown. Misadventures in Astro. Thank you for the alert. Yeah, after the cooldown, I might be able to fix the calendar again, but for now, it'll have to stay balked, so to speak. Okay, so for testing purposes, it's not really going to matter what we call this project. Also, it's probably not really going to matter too much which render pipeline we use. Fixing? Fixing, you say? No, he done diddly broke the thing. Or something. So it's not going to matter which version of Unity we use. Should we try 6 again, or is that just asking for trouble? No, I think we'll stick with what we know is tried and trusted. We'll go with 2022.3.46 F1, because, yeah, we need a long Unity version number like that. Oh no, did I turn that off? I did in fact turn that off. I'm going to turn it back on. The reason I turned it off is because I was working on it, and then I decided to not work on it for now, so I undid what I done did, but apparently didn't undo the yeah. Anyway, here we go. Let's pretend like it did work. Here we go. Look, no, it's working. Working. Calm down. Put your tomatoes away. It's fine. Here we go. All right. Calm your bits. So the suggestion was, there were 2 suggestions for updating that redemption. Why there's no yay? Don't reward him with our ripe tomatoes. No, I wish they were ripe tomatoes. I'd open my mouth. I like tomatoes. So what would we expect to be played when we have yay? Let's see. Were you able to hear that? You might not have been able to hear that. I don't know. Did you hear anything there? No, not fart sounds. I was playing yay in my other browser, but I don't know if it can't hear now. Okay, all right. So there's basically kids cheering and going, yay! I guess that's... I think, actually, that might be a sound effect that One Lion had on his stream. Skim, how you doing? Good to see you. Happy Monday. We're just putting some audio in because Kilted Ninja wanted to have yay trigger a sound command. I second a yay command since it's one of my favorite responses. There's a distinctive yay I have in my mind from Monty Python animations. Well, Kilted, if you can find it, if you can put a link in to the YouTube video for me, I'll be quite happy to suck the audio from it, so to speak, and add it to a sound command. That TI-99 video is good. There's a great t-shirt to see. TI-99. Where are we seeing TI-99? Am I missing something? Ah, here. Here we go. How the TI-99 4A home computer worked. Okay. There's a great t-shirt to see. Oh, is that the one where he's wearing the t-shirt of your game, Skim? Is that the one? Possibly, allegedly. Where's the shirt? Where's the shirt? There it is. Florida Man saves the world. Yeah, that is Skim's game. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. Let's get a shout out for Skim. All right, here we go. Oh, it says it at the bottom there. And there's the game. Florida Man saves the world.
Okay, so this is what I want to happen. Oh. Shazbot.
Alrighty, so do the thing. If you like game dev streams, if you like retro games, if you like fun streamers with Skim in their name, then drop them a follow and see what all the retro shenanigans are about. Alright, so we've done the assets for today. We're actually creating a brand new project for a little bit of pre-game jamming, so to speak. We're going to use Unity 2022.3.46 F1, which is one of the LTS long-term support versions, so it should be stable-ish. We're going to use 3D. It doesn't really matter, does it, which pipeline? So let's just do for testing the built-in render pipeline. Okay, and 3D render pipeline, project name, jam tests, pre-jam tests, because we're deleting it afterwards. Don't want to use Unity version control. Create project. Okay. Thanks for that. We're about to start doing the Journ Jam. 6 days away. Yes, 6 days, 4 hours, and 41 minutes, according to my countdown at the bottom of the stream. Not long to go. Which makes it start on which day? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That means it starts on Sunday evening for me. Yeah. So that following week, our next stream after the jam starts will be Monday. So that Monday, Wednesday, Friday for the next 2 weeks, we'll be working on the Journ Jam game. Yeah, buddy. All right, so we're just firing up a brand new package called Pre-Jam Tests. I just want to test out a couple of things to see if they work as I expect them to.
Journ Jam!
Journ Jam, exactly, Pirate Skim. We can test some mechanics and things that I'd like to use just to see if they work how I expect them to work, and then we're going to completely delete and trash the project before Journ Jam starts because it's against Jam rules to start games before the jam starts, not least because you don't even know what the theme is. So, yeah, we're going to have no cheating, no going against the rules in this jam, or in fact, any other jam. And Unity Package Manager tells me it's installing package 46 of 47. So we should almost be there. Yeah. So I could load up my paint representation of how I think the game may or may not look, how it looks in my head, but a lot worse because I've had to draw it with a mouse in paint. Or we can just gloss over the fact that I drew that and never speak of it again. Probably the latter is best in this instance. Doing well today, look. nearly drank all my stuffs. Get some more stuffs soon. And I don't know why sometimes OBS disconnects, and then at the bottom of the chat, in the chat doc in OBS, it says to me, "Welcome to the chat room," like I've just joined it after nearly 4 hours. Yeah. Get a drawing pad, then it'll look better. Yeah, and if, I was going to present my paint mock-ups as anything better than Scrawlings of a Madman, I would probably use a drawing pad. If I had one, which I don't, because, I'm not fancy pants like Duke. Oh, yeah. Ting. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. How are we doing, Unity? Are we almost there? Compiling scripts. Script compilation, running backend, completing domain. Hold on, reserializing assets. Oh, you're so close. That green bar is whizzing along like you're almost ready for me. Show Unity. There it is. Brand new project. Still says installing packages 46 or 47. Because, why would you want to actually be ready? Just sit here and wait, shall we? The Oogie M708 is perfect for someone who can justify £50. Paint with the drone and it will look a lot worse. I don't know. I can neither confirm nor deny Dukesoft, to be honest. I mean, if you saw it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, this is Kilted Ninja's song. This is one of the tracks from Kilted Ninja. Send you a thing on Discord. Don't know if it's exactly the right choice, but yeah, anyway, there you go. Oh, okay. Thank you. I'll check that out afterwards. I'm assuming that it might have something like letters BPM in it, possibly. Oh my goodness! We have a goose in the house! Or something like that. That's a turkey. But anyway, pretend it was a goose sound. Turgus 90? Where did... See, this is what not having enough caffeine does to me. My batteries are not fully charged. Turgus 86 is in the house. How are you doing? Can't hear the music, but I'm sure it is great. Why can't we hear the music? Is it just not loud enough? Or I think you'll find that this particular track in particular, since it's 7.5 minutes long, is building into a crescendo, possibly. Maybe that's how a baby goose sounds. It is very quiet. Well, I'm going to do a shout out for Turgus, which will temporarily interrupt the quietness of the music. We can see the handsome player of games, and soon to participate in a Journ Jam, so yes, arguably game developer too.
Which one?
What was that? That sounds like the clip that Ninja made, Ninja Gloppy, on this channel of when my TTS went a bit bananas. Is drop broken? Is it broken? I don't see anybody. Oh, Aggie tried to drop there. It shouldn't be. Hang on. Well, maybe. Question is, has it just broken? Or has it been broken? I don't think it was broken earlier. I think people were playing it earlier, right? Cooldown is working for SR. Excellent. Thank you, Duke. Let me try doing a refresh on it because it's enabled, so we should see something from it. Refresh cache of current page. Okay. All right. Let me try it again. All right. We're back to working. Thank you, Aggie. All right. We should be good now. Just needed a refresh on the browser source. I don't know why, but it did. There we go. Everybody should be good to drop. There we are. There's Ted on his Ted mill. Well, that might be a good one, actually. Dukesoft. Oh. Oi! 94.32. OMG, Dukesoft. And everybody's trying to get this free sub now. Ooh. Oof. Oh, Turgus coming in hot with the sus. Oh, overshoots. Sussy backer, or whatever they say. Okay. So what I need to do is I need a block. We're not going to go fancy pants because we are just doing testing, pre-jam testing. So I'm just going to throw a random cube into the scene. Just going to leave it called cube. This is how much sandboxing this is. We're just going to have a cube and we're going to have it called cube. And then what I want to do is, for testing purposes, we're going to need to drag the camera under the cube and then reset it. Okay, so now it's facing out of the cube. It's going to be difficult to do this testing without going too much into it, knowing that I'm just going to trash this project while the jam starts. Because what we need to do, I need the camera to be inside the cube. I need to see if we can rotate equally 90 degrees every time we press a key. I need to see if we can fire in the direction that we're facing.
Hey, the Duke 492, thanks for checking out the birds and the bees.
Oh, we do have a bunch of birds. Look, that was good timing. Because then when I looked out a minute ago, when I drew the curtain back, there was nothing out there. Now we actually have a bunch of burbs. So great timing there. One even apparently sitting on top. I don't know. Probably not going to get a lot of bird seed from up there. There's a flurry of activity today, you might say. Yeah, they're sitting on the bush. They're sitting on the bird feeder. Good googly moogly. Burbocalypse, exactly, yes. It's like a scene from a Hitchcock movie, possibly. And that little camera in the middle, anytime the motion sensor on that gets triggered, then it sends footage to Mrs. Gamey's phone. So I imagine it's probably blowing up about now. Yeah. Bird watching the Texan birds from the UK. Yeah, there you go, you see. And that redemption's open to everybody, not just subscribers, like Duke. Like Duke and Duca, I can say now. The birds, yes. Maybe I need to have some kind of... Maybe I need to theme that redemption around Hitchcock's Birds movie. And then maybe, you know, the outline, instead of being that gold frame, could be something the birds related. Do we know the type? Yeah, birds. Birds is the type, Turgus. They are birds. Mrs. Gamey might know, because when it sends her footage, it also tries to identify the type of bird. So, the birds is Hitchcock. Birdemic is the worst movie ever made. Birdemic. I haven't heard of Birdemic. I'm guessing some kind of mash together of birds and pandemic. Is it like some virus thing where birds are spreading nastiness? I don't know. I've never heard of Birdemic as a movie. But anybody that thinks that a movie is the worst movie ever made has clearly never seen Barbie movie, which I would probably quite happily watch Birdemic over and over again if I never had to watch the Barbie movie again. Just putting that out there. Whenever I read or hear Hitchcock, I can only think of Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not saying that Hitchcock was overrated, but you know, I've been watching a few Hitchcock titles recently that I hadn't seen before, or I hadn't seen in a long time and forgot that I saw them. I wasn't that blown away, to be honest. I think The Birds was okay. Psycho, I still think is probably the best of his movies. But I watched Rear Window. It was okay. I watched Vertigo. That was okay. I watched The Man Who Knew Too Much. Not great. So, yeah. I don't want this to turn into a Hitchcock hating stream, but I don't know. I think maybe, Hitchcock. Psycho was great. Psycho 2 was okay. Did enjoy Bates Motel, the series. That was pretty good. Enjoyed that. Barbie or Barbie? One's Welsh. I'll let you guess which one. Does one star Shaun the Sheep? Is my question, because, anything with Shaun the Sheep in is alright in my book. Birdemic is meant to be a The Birds type movie, but it is extremely bad. Well, based on that glowing recommendation, Big Sario, I won't be watching it, but thank you for the heads up. I appreciate it, and I'm sorry that you had to take one for the team and watch it on our behalf. The Riff Tracks version of Birdemic is very good. I'll take your word for it. Yeah. Burdaki. I mean, Burdaki, that would be a ploy that I think he could get on board with. Psycho 2 was horrible. Bates Motel was okay. A different twist. Ocular, welcome on in. How you doing? I didn't think Psycho 2 was horrible. I did think it was... it definitely didn't have a lot of elements that are in the first one. But I don't think it was horrible. But, that's the thing about movies, isn't it? Not everybody's going to have the same opinion. Yeah, I really enjoyed Bates Motel, but I really like the main actor in it. I don't think what his name is now. He was also the Good Doctor. He was also way back when in the Spiderwick Chronicles. I actually like him as an actor, so I think that might have played into it. Unfortunately not. No Shaun the Sheep. Get it? Not watching it. There are stock images of birds photoshopped into the scenes. Do you know what would make that even more hilarious? If the stock images still had the watermark on. Like, if you're moving it around and it said something like Getty Images on it as a watermark, that would be hilarious. Bad movies that are so bad they are good. Sharknado. I mean, I don't think I've seen Sharknado. Yeah. I watched The Meg, and then I watched Meg 2, and I don't know if they're supposed to be a bit cheesy, but they weren't terrible. Just trying to think what I watched recently. I watched Betal, I think Betaal on Netflix. It was a zombie show. There was like 6 episodes. That was okay. The effects were pretty good. I really like Rear Window. The remake Disturbia is also quite good. Yeah, Rear Window was a bit slow for me. I didn't really think that the payoff in the end was enough. Most, if not all, Hitchcock films are brilliant. All right, then. Birdemic features new footage with stock watermarks. Sharknado is one of those fun B movies. It's hilarious. If anybody's going to be able to, anybody's opinion I'm going to take on anything shark related, it's going to be Shark Geek. So, what are we thinking the Jern Jam theme is going to be this year? What do you want it to be? Okay. I see how it is. It's rabbit hole time. All right, we're about to look at some mechanics in Unity, but Togus is determined to take this in a different direction. Show browser. All right, so here we have the Jern Jam page. Here we have the themes. theme will be chosen from one of these possible themes. So at the moment we have it down to 5. I'm hoping that Jern does like he did last year and actually knocks a couple of these off during live streams by saying it's not going to be this one and it's not going to be this one, and then we're left with 3, because that way I can brainstorm the 3 before the jam starts rather than having to come up with an idea for all 5 of these. First one was too cheesy for me to watch. The second, I only watched the first 2 though. They looked too cringy after that. Wait, there's more than 2. I had to fast forward through fly through Sharknado because the scenes that are so bad they're bad are completely unwatchable. All right, so what do we think the Jern Jam theme is going to be, and what do you want it to be? There's 2 very different questions there, which likely have different answers. He said he's going to knock some out until there's 2 left, I think. Yeah, I don't think he'll go as low as 2. I think he might go to 3. That's what he did the last couple of years anyway. There are like 4 or 5, yeah. So these are the 5. This has to be a Dukasoft request, right? Yes, there it is. Dukasoft request. Bum 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 bum. If you didn't like Sharknado, you probably hate it, to be honest. All right, okay, well, there you go. See? Where are we going to get any shark advice from? It's got to be Shark Geek. Ghost Shark is hysterical. Whatever idea you come up with, make sure I can finish it in the jam time. Yes, Ocular, I get that, you know, you'd like to copy off me. So that's why I thought, you know, if I do some pre-jamming, if we come up with some ideas and some brainstorming before the jam starts, that will put you in an even better position to copy what I do. Okay. When I said there are 4 or 5, I was talking about Sharknado movies. I think you're talking about jam themes. That's why I should try and keep up with chat, or just be like, let them discuss what they want to. Let them do their thing. But yes, speaking of 4 or 5, there are in fact 5 jam themes at the moment. Which one do I think it will be, and which one do I hope it will be? Now, this is the order that they were actually voted in. So the one at the top is the one that got the most votes. Will that sway which theme gets picked? I don't believe so, no. I think now these 5 have been chosen as the top 5, I think the slate's wiped clean. We're going to act like they're in no particular order, and Irish John and Berlin will look at these and say, okay, what's going to be happening with the theme this year? And if we scroll back up here, hoping to push the jam into an educational direction. So the theme that they pick will actually be a theme that plays into an educational direction. Okay, so with the emphasis on that, do all 5 of them have the potential for an educational direction? I think that's the way they're going to look at it to start with. And bear in mind, this is all my opinion. I have no prior knowledge. I have no behind the scenes stuff. Jern did not ping me and go, okay, so let's have some discussions about the theme. I've not been involved in this in any way whatsoever. So this will all be from Berlin and Jern when they come up with the theme. Okay, I'm not involved in any of this decision making process. If I can just put that out there first, it won't be under pressure, as that sounds too negative. I think that does have potential, to be honest. There's a lot of ways you can represent pressure in games, from maybe a ticking clock that's counting down. Could be the pressure. It could be something to do with sand and diamonds and building pressure that way. It could be like the elephant redemption we have here, where I'm under pressure when I get squished. So, yeah. I think it does have potential. I think if you build it, it's going to be a little bit too generic for them. So if we're looking at the question first of which one do I think will get picked, I don't think if you build it will be in there. I don't think Lost will be in there. So I think when they whittle it down to the top 3, I think it's going to be 1, 3, and 5 on that list. Man vs. Nature, Chain Reaction, and Under Pressure. Not because those 3 have the most in terms of educational quality, but I think the first consideration is going to be how much scope game dev is going to have to create games from the theme. And I think for me, at least, those 3
Stay
will
a
have it.
while and listen.
Thank you, Aggie. Appreciate the lurk. Man vs. Nature. Is that your favourite, Dukesoft? Is that the one that you're hoping for? All right, so let's assume for a moment that we've narrowed it down to Man vs. Nature, Chain Reaction, and Under Pressure. Then I think once they've narrowed it down to, or once it's narrowed down to those 3, they're going to say, well, now we need to bring in the educational theme. Which one of these 3 jam themes do we think people could put an educational spin on? Man vs. Nature, absolutely. Chain Reaction, possibly, because you could get evolution in there, things evolving. Under Pressure, I think there's less chance of that. Which then narrows us down to 1 and 3 from the list. Man vs. Nature and Chain Reaction. At this point, I think it's just going to be a popularity contest. I think it's how many ideas do you think people are going to be able to come up with for each of those themes? I think it's going to be Chain Reaction, but I'd like it to be Man vs. Nature. Maybe Chain Reaction sounds most fun. I'm not joining, but I feel that Man vs. Nature would be the most fun if I did. Is educational your own restriction, or will it be in the jam? Now, if we scroll up to the top of this, the reason that Balint is involved this year, so it's science and Journ, is because they're hoping to push the jam into an educational direction. But last year, Journ picked It Won't Die, which I felt was very restrictive. Yeah, I will say that for the first 2 Journ jams, my suggestions were not only in the shortlist, but they actually did get picked for the jam. Last year for Journ Jam 3, my suggestions made the shortlist, but did not get chosen, so It Won't Die, I don't believe, was one of my suggestions. This year, my 2 suggestions didn't even make it to the shortlist, so make of that what you will. Could mean motivation won't die, so make the best game. Yeah. Okay, so educational. I know devs will have their own restrictions, like Wallaber won't make games with violence. I mean, I think whatever restrictions are in the actual jam themselves obviously have to be primary. Like, you got to stick by the rules. So the rule isn't that it has to be educational. It's a hope, a wish, if you will, that people might take their game in an educational direction. But games, it's not a rule that it has to be educational. So we scroll down and look at the rules. No AI-generated content. Teams of max 4 people. No early starters or submitting pre-made games, which is why if we do any testing with this project, we're going to completely trash it before the jam starts. No extensions, so no time extensions if you don't submit your game by the deadline. Follow the theme. Please try to stay as close to the theme as possible. Okay? And we don't know the theme yet. It's going to be one of the themes that we're talking about right now. So in here, in the rules, nowhere does it mention anything about it being educational. That is just something that is being emphasized, something that's being leaned on as a hope for the jam, not least because Balint is involved. And, Balint is obviously a science educator, so would like it to be educational from that respect. But you know, if you submit a game and it's the greatest game ever and it really plays into the theme, it would be nice if it was educational. But if it's not educational, it's not going to get penalised. It's not in the rules. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so I mean, one of them won't make games with violence. Yeah, so I think one of the rules is it's got to be suitable for work. So no NSFW content, which, you know, depending on what's considered violent, I would say maybe don't do anything violent just to, you know, make sure you don't fall foul of that particular rule. Men, okay, so in the jam, yes. It says it's a new voting criteria, the educational part. How well the thing was used, fun to play, how it looks, educational value. Okay, so it's not in the rules that it has to be, but you will be judged on it. So, you know, if you get 5 in all the other categories, but it's not particularly educational, then, you know, you're going to lose out there. But with 6 criteria, I would suggest that if your game is great, even without the educational value, you know, it'd be nice if you could have it, but how much is it actually going to ding you if you don't? I'm extremely bad at making things educational. Yeah, I learned this isn't a fun game. Yeah, good thing to say, follow the theme. Everyone always say you don't have to follow the theme. It's a guideline, but you will be judged on it. Yeah, I mean, I think the whole thing about it is, I've hosted jams before, and if you get a jam game that's submitted that has nothing to do with the theme whatsoever, you know, let's take it to the extreme. Let's say, okay, the theme is include a bird, and then you look at the jam game somebody submitted, and there's no bird in it, then you're like, okay, well, there's the first red flag. It's nothing to do with the theme, so that tells me it's probably a game that either was started before the theme was announced, was created for a different jam, and they just thought they'd shove it into this one, you know, to see if they could get any prizes or anything. And that starts like the hairs on the back of your neck standing up if they don't comply with the theme at all. So complying with the theme is obviously on a scale. Some people might comply a little bit, some people might comply 100%, but if you don't comply at all, then potentially, you know, if they start looking into your game, you might get it disqualified. Because, you know, if you raise red flags and you have in fact done those other things, then your game might be taken out of the equation. Oh no, 1 pixel, bare skin. I mean, I think the education portion would just be its own category for judging. For the journal awards, there'll be best overall, most creative, most creative, etc. I've returned it.
The missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't. By subtracting where it is from where it isn't, or where it isn't from where it is, whichever is greater, it obtains a difference or deviation.
Indeed it does. How are you doing, Clayman? Welcome back. I've returned, Death. How's it going? It's going all right. We're just having a quick look at the Germ Jam rules. We're talking through the themes and suggesting the 2 questions that Turgus posed was, which theme do I think it will be, and which theme would I like it to be? So I'm just trying to think this through methodically and get into Jern and Balint's heads and see if we can figure out the answers to those questions. 3 of our 4 Jern Jam members have been in EdTech for the last decade. I have high expectations from them. Nice. So yeah, you should be able to nail the education criteria, educational value. The intercontinental ballistic missile with the thermonuclear warheads has a nickname of bird, so technically it falls into the theme. Yes, and good luck with trying to get that past the people that the hosts of the theme of the jam. See, I'm not saying that things that don't have birds in would immediately get disqualified, But if I was hosting the jam and I saw a game that didn't have a bird in it, if that was clearly the theme, then I would start doing some digging. Well, hang on a minute. Let's see if this person started the game before the jam. Let's see if they submitted it to a different jam that their game did fit the theme, and then suddenly they just decided to shove it into this one. So it would definitely start me doing some digging if I saw a game that was submitted that had no relation to the theme at all. Are you going to put in any Easter eggs? I don't know. I think that depends a lot on how well the game goes. And is it just me, or does it seem like I'm not actually dropping frames, but I feel like I'm a bit juddery on my video display? Yeah, that depends on how the time goes. If I make good progress and I have time to do some proper testing and I polish it as well as I can, then I might throw some Easter eggs in. But I don't want to waste time putting Easter eggs in and then end up like having to slow down or cut corners on other things because I did that. Okay, thank you, Turkus. Theme compliance is a thing. I won a jam once where the theme was all that glitters ain't gold, and we made a game that had plenty of Shakespeare reference since the theme is said to come from The Merchant of Venice. We did, however, have a beautiful lady that turned out to be the baddie. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that I enjoy about jams is when all the submissions are in, seeing which direction people took things. Okay, so back to the original two questions, which were, which theme do I think it'll be? So methodically, which is pretty much my opinion, I would say it would narrow down to man versus nature, chain reaction, and under pressure. And then we took out under pressure, so man versus nature and chain reaction. Of educational, it could go either way. But I'm going to suggest, based on one, the educational content capacity, and two, the number of votes it got in the poll, probably man versus nature will be the one. And to be honest, the game I'm thinking of would fit with man versus nature or chain reaction. I could tweak it to fit under pressure as well. Not so much if you build it, and definitely not lost. So if it turns out my assumption's correct, and it does turn out to be man versus nature or chain reaction, I think we'll be in good shape. Yeah. So what am I hoping it'll be? I'm hoping it'll be chain reaction, to be honest. But I could also make it fit with man versus nature. What do I think it'll be? I think it'll be man versus nature. So I'd like it to be chain reaction, but I think it'll be man versus nature. So there you go. Scribble that down. See if I'm going to be Nostra Game Jamus and see if I did predict them correctly. We shall see in about 6 days, 4 hours and 5 minutes when the jam begins. Show Unity. So what I think is going to be challenging, at least for doing the testing phase, is I want to have a block that the player controls, and when the player is inside the block, I want them to see, I don't know, to either have two hands that come out and hold a pistol, or for there to be some kind of gun like from a tower defense game that's mounted on the side of the cube. Because the idea is I want you to be able to rotate 90 degrees every time you press a key, and you face a different direction, you turn in the cube round effectively, and then be able to shoot other cubes that are in the game. So I need a way, because rotation can be a nightmare, I need a way of accurately being able to rotate exactly 90 degrees every time you press a key. Which, since I want it to turn slowly and not just like snap to it, I'm probably going to use something like do-tween. I'll need to get more familiar with do-tween's rotation capabilities. Then got to make sure that the other blocks that are falling fall at different speeds. But all the speeds probably need to be faster than the player block, because you potentially can shoot the blocks that are coming past you and either rotate them or change how they look, depending on whatever the theme turns out to be. Yeah. So I'm thinking, if it's man versus nature, what we might do is put something like butterflies in the blocks, and then when you shoot the blocks, the butterflies can fly off. Chain Reaction could be a Zachtronics-like game. I don't know that reference. I don't know what a Zachtronics game is. So the difficulty, at least using a primitive block for the testing, is that when you're inside the block, so you've got this main camera effect here, because 3D primitive objects in Unity don't have double-sided shaders, they just have the normals facing outwards. And when you're inside the block, you don't see anything. You don't see any of the block at all. And what I need really, ideally, is at the very least some kind of wireframe that shows that you're firing at the edge of the block. Man versus nature keeps sounding like Plants versus Zombies. Yeah. Anyway, Turgus, are you still here? I know you had a question earlier that I missed. I can get back to. If you use URP, you can have double-sided shaders easily. Yes. Yeah, I might actually... I haven't decided which render pipeline yet. But yeah, that's good information, Clayman. Okay, so Turgus asked which my two themes were that I suggested that didn't make the shortlist. I now got to go back and find them, so give me a moment. I think they got posted in the VIP chat. What is this event you're taking part in? Are you referring to the Journ Jam that we were just discussing? This particular Journ Jam in particular? 2925. Not quite there yet, Turgus. I mean, I'm hoping that maybe, you know, we're all immortal by then and we're still participating in jams, but not quite there yet. All right, so it might have been deleted. Possibly. Kilted or Clayman, do you remember when we were asked to submit the initial themes? Was it in the VIP chat or was it in the moderator chat? Because I thought there was a thread that was created for it, and now I don't see it. So it might have been deleted. VIP chat. Yeah, it's been deleted then. Because all I see is the VIP chat. I don't see a thread anymore. So I guess once it was shortlisted. Yeah, it's no longer in there. So I can't actually see what my two were. A Journ Jam, what is this? It is a game jam. And a game jam is where game developers, either solo or on a team, are given a certain period of time in which to create a game based around a theme provided by the jam host. And then at that deadline, you need to have created an itch page for your game and added all the information, including a build of the game. And then after the jam closes, the games get judged. They can either be voted on by participants or by the host, or both. And then for all the information about the jam, you can check out the jam page. So the Journ Jam, hosted by Irish John Games and co-hosted by Science Streams this year, begins on September the 14th and ends on September the 30th. So you have, between those times, create a game based around the theme, and the theme will be announced when the jam starts in 6 days. I just realised you're not even looking at it. Show browser. The jam starts in 6 days, 13 hours and 59 minutes, which coincides with the counter that you can see at the bottom of the stream we have running there. All right, just changed to 58 minutes. So yeah, if you have any questions, Duke, about jams or what's an itch page, a web page with nits? Not quite, no. So if you go to itch.io, and you can create a page for yourself and you can put whatever you want on it. So if we look at my itch page in particular, so you could have like the Duke, if it's available, .itch.io. And then when you look at the page, it shows games that have been created for previous jams, like Zombie Takedown that we worked on recently for the Holistic 3D game jam, Scissor Slingers, which I submitted to the recent Cinti Studios jam, Booty and the Beast, which was a game I just created from a free asset that Kevin Iglesias gave me. The Funnest game was for a Journ Jam. Warpasp was for another jam. Home Sweet Home was for Science Stream annual contest. I'm going to have to get some more cold drink in a minute because this is empty. Back in the Jungle, which I believe was also Journ Jam. Crash a Stack was another jam. Bookham and Bookham was a game I just created myself. Scuttle was one I created myself. And then we've got some of my Unity assets: Easy Split Screen, Trajectory, Primitive Animals, Commands, People, Rope Bridge. Such a Clatter, I think, was also a jam game. Look Busy was a Messy Coder jam game. Soul Shadows was a Lana Lux jam game. Taco Lantern, I don't think was a jam game. I think it's just one that I did. Flipping Spooks was just me. And then Upturn was the first game I ever created and put on the Google Play Store. So that is my itch page. Which jam game?
Thank you so much, Tomate_salad, for the raid.
What?
Bit gamey.
I like this one. Is this really a pretzel?
See, speaking of jam games, the past years I joined a lot game jams and have created 20 plus games. See?
Greetings back.
So we're talking about jams and jam games, and then we have the game jam legend themselves, Tomat Salad, right in.
And I really have to say I find this idea genius when you just have a brooch.
How are you doing, Tomat? Welcome on in. Good to see you. Always appreciate the raids. Thank you very much. What happened in your stream today? What were you doing? We're just talking about game jams in general, the Journ Jam specifically. You can see they have the countdown at the bottom of the page. And now we want to know all about you and your stream. Good evening. Finally, I got the chance to raid you back. I feel like you raid me more than I raid you. I feel like I owe you some raids, Tomat. But I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the shout out, and no problem. Oh, jams. Yeah, I got addicted to them. Yeah, they are very addictive. Yeah, we just had a question right before you came in. Turgus was asking me which was my favourite jam game that I've created. And, you know, I've got a few favourites. So to narrow it down to one might be challenging. I might have to narrow it down to a couple. And the couple would probably be Look Busy, which I was pleased with because I'd never seen the mechanic used in games before. It's a 2-player game for 1 player where you hit the space bar and it switches to a different player. So you have 2 players running around the office trying to avoid the boss. And the other one I've got to say is probably Soul Shadows. I think this was a 48-hour jam, which is insane. I would never do a jam less than a week these days. But So that was a game where you're a cop and you have to run around shooting zombies that come out of the ground, but you can't see them when you can only see their shadows. You have to wait until they appear fully in the scene. So they're probably my two favourites. Basically planning the next steps. At the moment we have one level, which is a factory, and I want to update this to a whole city hosting multiple levels. And we ended with having some temporary white box block out. All right, so you know the drill, Tamar. If you have any links, if you have anything you want to throw in chat for the party people to see, please by all means throw those links in. Weird, I have the feeling exactly the opposite, as if you have raided me more often, and if someone owes one a raid, then I owe you them. I guess as long as we carry on like that, we'll just, like, every time we're both on, you know, one of us will raid the other one. So yeah, I mean, maybe I don't think that's a bad thing, right? So for those new to the stream, my name is BitGamey. Some people call me Lee, and I work in the Unity game engine. We're talking about jams today, but my main project that I work on is called Rescue Ball. It uses similar mechanics to, if you're familiar, Katamari Damacy, and you roll around in Rescue Ball as the ball, trying to rescue people. So the title kind of says it all, really. There's a sea monster that makes an appearance occasionally, pushes all the sea into the city and tries to flood it out. So you have to try and rescue everybody before the sea monster does his worst. So I don't have a page on Steam yet. It'll be coming this October. I bet you. Yes, that's another game we'll talk about another time, which is spelled slightly differently to that. Yeah, so I'm hopefully buying a Steam store page this October. When it'll actually be live, depends how much I can populate it. But yeah, when I have the 1,000 follower celebration stream, October the 4th to the 6th to the 10th, maybe. Yeah. Keep your eye on my socials, and I will be publicising it and having a countdown nearer to the time. So, yeah, that's the kind of fun things that are going on here. Well, I could throw in my Steam link. You absolutely could, and then I could absolutely post it to the top of chat for 10 minutes. How about that? What do you think of them apples? All right. Nice. Steam page coming in soon. Let's see if I can make it to be the first wishlister. You never know, you know. The first of many, I hope, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah, so what we're going to do right now is we're going to fire up Rookie on the Steam store. We're going to pause the music. And we're going to look at this gloriousness. I would encourage everybody to click on that link in chat, or pin to the top of chat as well, and add this to your wish list, and also follow, because there's two links. There's two links you can click on. I'm not actually logged in here. I'm just going to check in my other browser where I am logged in. It would be very remiss of me to not already have this on my wish list. I'm not sure if I clicked on follow or not. It's not on my wish list. What? What is going on right now? Well, let's just pretend it was. I'm just going to add it. And it was already on my wish list, but I just hadn't clicked the follow button, so now I'm going to click follow as well. Okay. Rookie is a factory roguelike clicker game with a lot of upgrade possibilities. Produce the bad goods until the police will come for a visit. That's nice. I like that view. I like the black and white kind of video camera CCTV view. This is all looking very nice. Now, I have to ask, thank you very much for wish listing. You see, now I'm confused. Actually, no, I'm not confused. I didn't know if the word wish list was a typo, but you're also spelling it with a H in your message, and thank you very much for wish listing. But they spell it W-I-S-H-L-I-S-T. But you've put a H in there, and it even shows in the video. Look, you can see it on the thumbnail here, W-H-I-S-H. Get ready. You're going to see it on the big video at the end as well. That's my favourite view of the CCTV. Get ready, get ready. There, WHISH. I think it's a typo. But also, you see, now that's called constructive feedback. Because I didn't just go, haha, look, this is rubbish. Because it's not, it's fantastic. But there is a little typo in there. So, yeah. This looks fantastic, actually, especially the UI. I love how clean it looks. You've done a real good job on this. Planned release date, TBA. You always wanted to become raided by police without having to worry about real consequences. Let me pause this because we'll throw the music back on and then we can read through this. You always want to become raided by police without having to worry about real consequences, then Rocky will give you the chance to start your career by printing and selling fake money. I love the idea of this game. I haven't seen anything like it before. I do like uniqueness. The round. The goal of a round is to produce as much illegal stuff as possible and send your truck away with it, but be aware of the raid meter, which fills up over time. Once full, the police will come for you. To make things worse, journalists will randomly appear and make your life harder. But there are also good news. You are allowed to keep the money across rounds. Machines and workers. While your machines and workers take care about the factory part, you have to motivate them by clicking. E.g., the first click on a machine will start production, while the second one will make it resetting its state. So you have to keep an eye on your belongings in order to keep the factory running. Some of the sound effects. Oh, the developers describe how their game uses AI-generated content like this. Some of the sound effects are AI-generated. All right. Very nice. Me likey. Self-publishing. Me likey. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, so do the thing. Get this added to your wish list. Follow the fantastic human that is Tamat Salat, and let's get those wish lists pushed up for when he launches. The heck is a hike? What? So if I wishlist it, it helps you out for completely free. Yes, exactly. Exactly, Duke. You know what it's about. Thank you very much for sharing and putting a spotlight on it. I mean, you know, that's what we do around these parts. We spread the game dev love. And not even just game devs. If somebody comes in that has a makers and crafters stream and makes quilts all day, we're also going to spread the love for them as well. We're all in this together, right? No, it's definitely me owes you something. No, it isn't. It's not how it works. It's not quid pro quo. It's not tit for tat, as they say in England. The heck is a hike? Did I miss that? Does it say hike somewhere? Okay, so I'm going to offer this as a free service to Tomat, okay? When Tomat has this page up and running, if you'd like me to proofread it, which apparently is something I'm quite good at, almost to an anal level, some might say, let me know. I'm happy to give it a look over and make sure that wishlist with an early H and also hike don't appear in there. So just let me know, Tomat. I'm happy to offer my services for free. A fancy hike, maybe that's what it is. Thank you very much. Would have done that again. Anyway, I have to update the trailer sometime due to UI. Not everything is reflected there like prestige mode. Yeah. Now, you deserve kind words, and because you deserve kind words, you don't have to thank me for saying them. Okay? Just for the record, in first version of the trailer, I spelled wishlist like this, whiz list, so at least one H but wrong place. Then I fixed it to another wrong. Yeah, it's like you're a frog in a typo pond and you're just hopping between lily pads until you land on that one lily pad where it's spelled WISHLIST. I mean, also, you know, Steam are helping you out by, you know, the button having it spelled the way that they usually like it to be spelled. So, and also says add to your wish list, so it's there as well. So, yeah, I feel like you've got this. I feel like, you know, no, we don't have comments like that here, you see, because self-deprecation is not allowed. So, there it is. Good luck with the release. Thank you again for the raid. Really appreciate it. And yeah, we almost got to the game dev portion of the stream today, and then we fell down a game jam rabbit hole. Yeah. So we started talking about the Journ jam and the rules and jams in general because the Duke wasn't familiar with how Journ jams work. And then we ended up looking at my itch page, and then Turgus was asking which is my favourite jam game I've created. And it was a whole jam discussion. So always good to see you, Tomat. Thanks again for the raid. So yeah, last chance to click on it. We've got a couple of minutes left. Click the Steam link, the link at the top of chat, and get this added to your wish list. And then also, once you've added it to your wish list, it'll give you a follow button. You can click on that too, and that will allow you to follow the development of not just this game in particular, but Tomat Salat as a developer on Steam. True, yeah. Alrighty. So one day in October, I'll be purchasing a page that hopefully will look at least half as good as this for Rescue Ball. Is this actually on the playlist that we were listening to? I feel like we may have moved off the playlist somehow. But anyway, we'll leave it playing. So yes, in answer to Turgus's question, which of my jam games am I most happy with, I would have to say Soul Shadows, which I liked the idea of, and I was happy that I could implement. And Look Busy, which was something that I hadn't seen before, a mechanic in other games. And so, yeah, I'd have to say those two. Not that I'm not happy with the others, because, you know, I always learn something from jams. It's weird. You'd be like, yeah, but how long have you been doing game dev now? And you still learn new things from jams? Every single jam, I learn something new. It's crazy. And I think it's because every jam I do, I try to do something a bit different. I try to think outside the box. I try to go outside my comfort zone. And I think because of that, that's what helps me to pick up new stuff along the way. All right, so that was my page. This is the Journ Jam page. You can see how long until the Journ Jam at the bottom of the screen. Just over 6 days. There's nothing better to learn than game jams. Exactly. I think it gives you a great, especially for noobs, it gives you a great idea into the whole process of starting a new project from scratch, working through all the different steps, the troubleshooting, the trying to bring it all together, the presenting of it on a page. I think it's all good things to learn. Journ has confirmed he will let us know one of the themes he is eliminating today. Wow! Did he mention that on his thing? Is it on Discord? Or did he just send you a private message? After 2 years of game dev, I joined Jams. He just said it live on stream. Oh, he started already. Of course he has. Okay. All right. Well, if I'm still streaming and he says it, Turgus, please let me know. I wouldn't want to miss out on that. Okay. After 2 years of game dev, I joined Jams. In the first couple of months, I learned more than in the 2 years before. Yeah, it is amazing how much you can pick up from doing a jam. Okay. Alrighty. So, are we even going to have time today to try and test out some of these mechanics? Possibly. Maybe. Show Unity. Thank you, Turgus. So we tried to vary who we raid out to. I'm not raiding out right now, so don't everybody disappear. And I think we raided Irish John Games in the not too distant past. Let me jump back on my server and let me have a look at the raid targets hidden channel that I have. See when we last raided Irish Journ. Yeah, August the 8th, so not been too long. But we'll have a look anyway. When it comes to raid out time, we'll see who we're raiding out to today. But for now, we're going to have a quick look and see if we can get this panic type thing stuff working. So, because we can't actually see the insides of this box at the moment for testing, what we can do is we need to be able to tell when the box rotates. So we're going to need something like temporary guns or a weapon. If we rotate this so it's actually facing the right way, so the Z direction is facing off into the distance, forwards and backwards. The Y axis is the green, so that's up and down, and the X axis or the red is left to right. And that's the correct orientation for the camera. Okay, so what we can do is we want to be able to rotate 90 degrees either way, question mark? Because depending on how hard we want to make it, we might make it so you can just rotate in one direction. And I don't mean one direction as in the band. Yeah. What we can try is doing it in one direction first. Because I want there to be... Thank you, Captain Krabs. How many days until Halloween? 53. I'm actually thinking that...
Thanks for the follow.
If you're on a time crunch... Thank you for that follow. I'm thinking if you're on a time crunch, then, you know, because your cube is coming down the screen to hit the bottom, it might make things more tense if you only make it so you can rotate in one direction. So that, hey, Boolean, thanks for that follow. We do have anonymous follows on, but if people speak in chat, then I'm happy to thank them in person, so to speak. How you doing? How's your day going? Welcome on in. Happy Monday. We're just doing some pre-jamming for the Journ Jam, which starts in 6 days, 3 hours and 37 minutes, according to the on-screen counter. So what I'm thinking is, yeah, we're doing all right. We're having a good day so far. It doesn't seem like I've been streaming for almost 5 hours, but apparently, according to the counter, I have. So, yeah, we're going to be doing the Journ Jam. Irish John Games is currently streaming as we speak. Who is co-hosting the jam with Valint of Science Streams. So I'll do a quick shout out for Irish John. So he has an annual jam called the Journ Jam because people call him Journ instead of John. And the theme will be announced when the jam starts. There are 5 themes currently posted on the page, on itch.
When was the last time
shown in chat?
Split screen multiplayer
and
RTS game?
I've been reliably informed that Irish John, who has been streaming for about 23 minutes today, has announced that he's going to be whittling down the 5 themes to 4. So one of the one of the jam themes, which apparently you can reduce to gems, will be taken out of the equation today. So there'll be 4 left. So I would encourage you, if you're thinking of doing the Journ Jam, or if you like game dev streams, or if you like Irish streamers, Jeeves is good. You see, it's almost like Jeeves, isn't it? Like an English butler. Journ Jam Jeem. There we go. Yeah. Because he's always saying, instead of join the Journ Jam, join the Join Jam. So I feel that, you know, I can switch things up a bit and we'll still be okay. So he's streaming right now. Pop over and watch him, or drop him a follow and watch him another time. But we were just thinking of game ideas based on the top 5 themes that we currently have to go by, of which the winning theme is going to be one of those 5. I'm thinking of a block game where blocks drop down the screen similar to in Tetris, but these aren't going to be shaped blocks. This is just going to be like a solid block. And I can't really say too much more than that because we don't know what the theme is yet, and we can't do too much towards it until it starts. But I don't know why. I feel like I'm on a Hitchcock film set. We're getting a lot of birds around today. If I do the Burb Cam redemption.
Hey Big Gamey, thanks for checking out the birds and the bees.
You're welcome, Mr. Attenborough. But we have a lot of birds about today. They're sitting on the banister. They're bashing each other, trying to get to the bird seed. They're all over the shop today. Well, they're eating so frantically, they're knocking birdseed all over the porch. It's a veritable bird fest. Thank you, Bullion. Yeah, I bought it as a gift for Mrs. Gamey, and it has a camera you can see in the middle of it. And anytime a bird triggers the motion detector, it actually sends some footage to her phone, and it tries to identify which the birds are. So I thought, well, I can't actually tap into the feed or the app, but we can do the second best thing. I can take an additional webcam that I have, shove it in the window, since the bird feeder is literally outside my window here, and we can have a bird cam. As it says there, it is in fact live. So, yeah. All right, so the idea is that blocks are falling down like you would see in Tetris, but nothing to do with Tetris because I don't want the Tetris company suing me. They're not going to be shaped blocks, so it's not going to look like Tetris. It's going to be almost like, in my head anyway, a match 3 type game. So if you think of maybe the falling block idea from Tetris and the match 3 from Candy Crush, it's like Tetris and Candy Crush had a baby. Maybe I should call it Tetri Crush or no. And the idea is that one of the different things is that the player is going to be inside one of the falling cubes. It's going to fall slower than the other cubes that are falling down around the player. And as you see the cubes come past, you have the potential to shoot them and either break them or rotate them or turn them into something different. I don't know yet. Some of this idea won't fully solidify in my head until we get the theme. Okay, Tetris movie was pretty good. I enjoyed that. Yes. Taron Egerton played the lead role, didn't he? It was on Apple. Yeah, I thought it was quite interesting. I'm not sure it was totally accurate. I think they used some artistic license a little bit because I know the backstory before I watched the movie, and I think they I think that's why at the start it probably said something like this is based on a true story rather than this is a factual movie based on all of the facts. But yeah, it was good. I did enjoy it. I like how they did it. And I love Taron Egerton anyway. Obviously, he's been in the Kingsman movies. What else has he been in? He was in the thing where he was a TSA agent. Can't remember the name of it now. I think that was on Apple as well. But that was also very good. Anyway, yeah. So, falling block. You can rotate the block. You get the left view of the screen is the grid like you would see in Tetris. The right view is what you're seeing outside or being inside the block looking out of it. So if you're facing down, you should be able to see all the blocks that have already fallen that you're going to be landing on when you get down there. And then if you rotate to the sides, you'll be looking out, you see other blocks falling down, and then you can shoot them if you need to do whatever you need to do to them. That's how it looks in my head. In my head, it looks great. I really wish all my finished games looked how they look in my head and play how they play in my head, and that would be great. I mean, if I came up with an idea and then I just close my eyes like this and I think of it playing through in my head, and then I can just like press a button on my temple and then it translates everything into a game on the screen, I'd be a millionaire, I'll tell you what. As it is, It's more like, you know, you see those memes where it says, this is how it looked on Pinterest. This is how it looked when I did it. That's kind of how it usually ends up working. For me, at least. We saw the trailer for Kingsman in the theatre, and the crowd was laughing, as in the trailer made it look super bad. EF insisted we see it when it came out because the actor is hot. It's now one of my favourite spy movies, and I love spy movies. Have you seen all of them? And I believe there's 3 now, Maggie. Yeah. I think they're all pretty good. I enjoyed them anyway. But have you seen the one? Just the first 2. Have you seen the... I want to say... I think it's a movie. I don't think it's a show. Where he's the TSA agent, because that's very good as well. I would recommend that. Let me see if I can find it. It's called Carry On. Carry-On. And it is a movie. Yeah, he's very good in that. Yeah, movie. It's called Carry On. Yeah, it was pretty good too. Oh, you did see it? Yeah. I was going to bring it up if you've seen it. Yeah, I do like him as an actor. I don't think I've ever seen anything with him in that I didn't like, which is always good. Always a good sign for anything new that's up and coming. Okay, so we're just doing testing. We're not creating the actual game. We're not going to get that new game buzz yet because this project is going to be trashed when we're finished with it because we can't start the jam game before we know the theme and the jam starts. But what we will need, we already have the camera facing outwards, but we're probably going to need to change the direction the camera's facing because this is, if we imagine that is front to back, which it should be for the Z axis, then we need to be looking out of the sides. We're going to be rotating around like this, like a windmill. We're not going to be rotating around like this, like a roundabout in a children's park, if you will. So we'll be rotating around the Z axis instead of rotating around the Y axis. All right. So what we can do, because we can't see the sides of the box because of the normals, what we can do for a temporary weapon is if we add a couple of cylinders, maybe. See if that works. 3D object, cylinder. Okay, so we take a cylinder, and then we're also going to need to scale it down. Scale it on all 3 axes. We scale it down to, say,
Lee sat on his porch swing, a weathered testament to years of quiet contemplation. The wind chimes, a gift from his late wife, Clara, tinkled softly. A sound that both soothed and sharpened the ache of memory today. The chirping of crickets felt loud, a stark contrast to the silence.
See, even the pirate didn't want to finish it. He's like, what? By a student. They are writing a short story. You were sent that message. I removed the name. Sat on his porch swing, a weathered testament to years of quiet contemplation. The wind chimes, a gift from his late wife, Clara, tinkled softly, a sound that both soothed and sharpened the ache of memory. I wouldn't say trash. I would say it's a case of circumlocution, I would say. I'd say they're trying to use too many words. They're trying to be too descriptive to say something. That would be my uneducated review of what they're saying. I also have no context of what the hell this is for. So clearly somebody that's a husband that's in bereavement and they're trying to convey the void that was left, but they've gone into too much detail in my opinion. I get that, like, you know, if it's a movie, it's different, but if it's a book, you have to paint the picture. But I feel like they've used too much paint in that one. What do I know? Am I a best-selling author? No. Maybe when they finally finish it, it'll be in a book of short stories and it'll sell like hotcakes, and they'll be like, "See that bit gamey? No clue what it's talking about." Might be right. Who knows? Okay, so let's get a couple of cannons, for want of a better word. Let's just say weapons. We get a couple of weapon barrels sticking out of this box. So we're going to need to rotate on the Z-axis by 90 degrees. Okay, and then we can drag this out a little bit further here. Move it a little bit over that way. And then I think we need to scale it down slightly on the Y-axis now. No. Okay, so if we say 0.15 for that and 0.15 for that, okay, that gives us somewhat of a tiny turret. And I think the issue now is because we're inside the box and the clipping zones are set as they are, that we're not even going to see these turrets. So we're going to have to change the clip values, the near clip value, I believe, on the camera. For the testings. Anders, how you doing? I hope you're having a great Monday. I hope you're not having a Monday-ish Monday. Nobody wants that. All right, so we've got cylinder, and then we'll duplicate the cylinder. Okay, so we have 0.7, so 0.206. So if we make this one minus 0.206, there we go. So I've got them equal sides of the box. Now the camera, we have, as you can see from the gizmo icon there, the camera is inside the box, but it's still not seeing anything, which I believe is because of the clip planes, which is something I hadn't considered when I thought about this idea. So this is the kind of brainstorming that I like to do pre-jam, and that way, I mean, this might rule out the idea completely if we can't get the camera to see what we need it to see. So when you have a camera in Unity, you have clipping planes. So you have a near plane, which is basically where the amount you can see in the camera starts to show. And then you get the far plane, which is set to 1000 in this case, which is the distant point at which the camera stops rendering anything. So what I'm seeing is, yes, this camera is inside this box and is in the center of the box. And, well, for a start, the camera is pointing the wrong way, which could be part of the reason we don't see the two barrels that we just created. So you can see the viewport for the camera is actually pointing this way, these white lines. So it's pointing out the back of the box, and we need it to point out the side. So we need to rotate it by 90 degrees on the Y-axis to get it to turn around. All right, so it's not a clipping plane issue. It was a directional facing issue. Now we're facing this way. We can see the two turrets. So as well as a visual inside the box, that will also give us a visual outside the box, so we can see when we turn that we're turning the right way. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult, especially if it turns quickly. This box rotates fast. We're not going to see which direction it's facing, which direction the camera's pointing in. It's giving us a better visual for that. So the fact we have the two cylinders for the barrels that we created, and we have the camera all childed under the cube, anything we do to the cube, it'll do the same to any child objects. So if we rotate the parent, it'll rotate everything else. If we rescale the parent, it'll change the size of everything else under it. So it's just the way the parent-child relationship works in the hierarchy in Unity. Okay, so to demonstrate that, we can manually rotate this cube. We'll zoom in. See the cube there? And if we manually rotate it on the Z-axis, if you remember, the Z-axis is forward to back. In world space, we now do a rotation on the cube. We should see the box rotate in the direction we want it to, and on the axis we want it to. So if we rotate it on Z, there we go. So as we can see, the horizon moving up and down. So it is, in fact, we can see the 3D view changing on the right. I wonder if I make a selection of assets for a singular model, i.e. different hairstyles, tattoos, and scars, if I can code them to spawn randomly on different clones in my game. Absolutely. So if we take hairstyles, for example, if the hair is different and the model lets you switch out different hair, then what they usually do, especially if it's a Cinti model, they probably have all of the options listed, but just hidden under the parent object. And then you can just like switch out, you can just illuminate which one you want, which one of the children to enable and disable to switch that out. So yeah, you were talking about a character selector earlier. If you wanted to have like a random button, and someone could just keep clicking the random button and it just keeps switching out different elements of the character, yes, that's entirely possible. All right, so potentially we can rotate this, but because of the game idea I have in my head, you remember earlier I said I want the left half of the screen to have the grid that the boxes are coming down on, and then I want the right half of the grid to be the view from inside the cube that the player is coming down the screen in. So in theory, we're going to need 2 cameras. We're going to need one that projects like from the side, so it's going to be like we see here in the scene view. And then we're going to need the second camera, which is going to be the one from inside the box. And then we're going to need to change how they're viewed on screen, because yeah, we're going to have to think about screen layouts as well. Because maybe just having like the big grid in the middle and then just having a small camera view at the side might be enough. I don't know. I'm going to have to think about that now. See, something else I wouldn't have thought about until the jam started and the clock was ticking. Then collate everything that anyone makes into a library to use in a different game. I mean, you can do that too. Once you have all your randomness decided and you go, actually, I like that character there. You then have a different button. And what that button would do is create a prefab for you. And then you could use that prefab in the future whenever you wanted to use it. Yeah, entirely possible. All right, I'm just going to run to the restroom. I'll be right back.
That's a spicy meatball!
I've accidentally made the hair before saving the bold version of the character and overrode the save file to have the hair. So I've now got to go through and delete all the polygons making the hair. Before. Save. Oh, okay. So you originally had a bald character that you wanted to apply hair to, but you overrode it by having a character with hair. So now the character with hair has extra hair added on. So it has like 2 hairstyles. I want a bald version basically and only got one with hair now. Yeah. I mean, maybe bald is one of the hairstyles. Maybe if it just picks a hairstyle at random, then no hair is an option. Or it sounds like that might be what you were trying to do, and then we ended up putting hair on the bald person. That's what I want to start with. Okay, yeah. Turgus! Did just leak something? Confirm not lost. Let's watch this. Let's pause the music. Thank you, Turgus. Turgus, my informant on the inside, shall we say. Show browser. Now, tell me if you hear this, because we've made some audio changes to the stream today, and I'm not sure what you can hear and what you can't hear. So let me know if you don't hear this. We didn't pick Lost theme, but it's a good guess. Cannot hear. Okay, let me see. Make a quick change in here. Capture audio. Opera browser is not assigned to any audio tracks and it will not be audible in streams or recordings. To assign an audio source to a track, open the advanced audio browser, right click the menu button and mix it up toolbar. Okay. Advanced audio properties. Opera browser. Okay. Active. Oh, okay. It's not actually saved onto any of the tracks. Interesting. Right, so we'll leave 2 out because we don't want to save it to the VOD, but we'll put those in and close that. Let me see now. I need to do another test. So tell me if you can hear it now. Cannot hear, too quiet, no. So is there no audio at all, or is it too quiet? Those 2 things mean what I do is different. Bit weird. I could hear it before, now I can't hear it. Or it was just quiet. Huh. All right, how about... Let's try it now. Oh, now I'm hearing it double. It's not good for me. Didn't hear it at all. Either time, loud and clear. All right, so let me try and... Let me mute the... Can hear it now. Okay, tell me if you can hear it now. No, so that needs to be enabled. Are you using voice meter? No, I'm just in the audio mixer in OBS. All right, so if I open that, that means you can hear it. But now if I go to advanced audio properties and Opera browser. Where are you? There you are. Monitor and output. If I do monitor off. All right. Thank you. I appreciate you helping me test this. If we can just do it another time, hopefully this will mean you can still hear it, but then it'll only play singly for me. Win! Thank you. All right, good. Got it working. So I'm a bit confused by that interaction, Turgus. He's not saying it's not lost, but he's not saying it is. That was not his official announcement. Yeah. So what was the context around that? Did you put a message in chat saying that you thought he might be streaming for 6 hours and then say it's not lost? Or say it is lost and then it was reverse psychology and he counteracted that? I'm easily confused is the problem. All right, well, I guess the only thing left to do is for me to raid out, and then I'm going to have to head on over there. He said he spent 6 hours with Blint on Discord to pick the theme. Ah, okay. Oh, so they've already chosen it. Interesting. I guess they'd have to have already chosen it, unless they do kind of a live over the next few days, whittling down. I guess lost, and he said it's not lost. Yeah. Right, well, I'm going to raid out now because I'm going to head over there and see if I can get some more little nuggets and try and wheedle stuff out of him like Turgus is clearly fantastic at doing. I need to work on the yay command that Kilted Ninja has apparently sent me. All right, so I'm going to see if I can get the yay command to have some audio on it by next time. Thank you, Duke. Now you've got your customized alert command, your customized audio. The plop game is offline currently. It'll hopefully be back online by Wednesday. I'm having some issues where it's locking up OBS still. So the drop game should absolutely work. There it is. Yeah. So we're going to head on over to the stream ending scene. Thank you, everybody, for your engagement today. Thank you for the lurkers. Thank you for the new follows. Thank you to Mark for the raid. And yeah, thanks, everybody, for just being here. I'm actually going to have a look, see who we're going to raid out to today. Let me fire up my twitch.tv in my other browser. Let's have a look, see which of the friendos we can head on over to. It's always nice if we can return the favour if somebody has raided us recently. I don't think there's anybody currently on that raided us recently that we haven't returned the favour for. I'm not sure we've raided Cutie before. Cutie came in earlier, said hi, and then said they were doing a stream. So let me go back to raid targets. Just make sure we haven't raided Cutie before. I don't think we have. Scrolly, scrolly, scroll, scroll, scroll. Scroll, scroll, scroll. No, we haven't. All right, so let's do that today. Let's raid on out to Cutie Kitty, who is currently working on game dev themselves. And we'll find out what's going on, what they're up to. Make sure I get my control and pastes in the right order. Actually, we didn't get anything kick off when we moved to this screen. Oh, we got the big thanks there. Oh, of course, the raid messages don't come up until I do the raid command now. So that was a mistake I made before. I had to change that. All right, so if we do a raid to Cutie Kitty, this channel is intended for mature audiences. So if mature audience content is not your thing, hang on, why is the window not coming up? Hang on, hold your horses. Yeah, I hid it last time because it wouldn't go away and it came up and just stayed big like this. So anyway, there is Cutie Kitty on stream doing coding and stuff that looks familiar, or an immature audience of an adult age. I couldn't possibly say either way. But there's your raid commands. First one is for subs. Second one is for non-subs. We're going to go over and show some love to Cutie Kitty today. So thanks again, everybody. This normally doesn't blow up big until we're about to raid, but I'm hoping if I just leave it alone, then it might reset for next stream.
But I also want
so thanks again, everybody. Do some more maybe pre-jamming on Wednesday, and then the stream, the jam obviously starts on Sunday for me. So yeah, also go and watch Irish John Games, whose jam it is.
Fair, but
all right, everybody, thanks, and I'll catch you next time. Bye.
Compatibility.